Kia ora tātou. I'll open our proceedings today. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā tara tara ki tai, e hi aki ana te atakura. He tio, he huka, he hauhu, tihei, mauri ora. Thank you. Today we are here for the hearings on Your Water Done Well. And we commence at 1 p.m. and we've got a number of submitters that are joining us right throughout this afternoon. Phil is due to join us online, and other than that, there's no apologies. Everyone is present. Are there any conflicts with any of the submissions that people want to raise before we start the day? Nope. So just a reminder, today is a chance to listen. We have gone through this process so that we can hear the community's perspective on local water done well. I know for many of you, and including our community, this has been a 4 or 5 year journey around conversations around water, and today is a continuation of some of that, and for some it will be some new conversations about water, particularly because right now we're talking about two proposals, an enhanced in-house model or a WSCCO are the 2 points of submissions that we're going to hear from today. Just ask councillors to ensure that we keep our eyes focused on the people who are in here today and stay engaged with our submitters. I know that many of us will be taking notes throughout, so accept that you will be typing some things or writing some notes from time to time, but if I can just ask that we continue to give our attention to the submitters who have come and given up their time today. The run sheet is on your desks, and you'll see the number of submitters that are coming.
We've got a slight issue in the numbers.
And so the list of submitters is there in front of you. You'll see that there is some time between some of the submissions, so we've allowed 5 minutes for the submitters to present, and if there's extra time, then we might be able to have a few questions as well, so that we can help and explore what the submitters are meaning by what they're submitting on. Just remind us, though, that we're not here to elicit answers that submitters haven't gone into in their submissions. We're not trying to back positions that councillors may or may not want to hear themselves from the submitters. This is about giving the submitters the chance for their voice to be heard, not just reinforcing the voices around this table. As councillors, you'll have your chance to have our say next week when we have the deliberations and unpack all of the information from both today and all the background information that we have as well. Yeah, any questions on today, Elizabeth?
I just want to quantify, Sam. So you were saying the speakers get 5 minutes of the questions within the 5 minutes, or did you say we're allowing for questions outside of the 5 minutes?
I think we've got enough time on our agenda this afternoon to allow questions that might go beyond, but there's 5 minutes for the submitters, and if we have time, then there's time for extra questions. If the submitters take less time than that, then there'll be more time for questions. If they take their 5 minutes, then there'll be less time for questions, so that's just the balance of the afternoon. But you'll notice through the agenda for today, there are some gaps that we've got, and so rather than us sitting here, I think it's better that we hear from the community on where we can. So I'll allow those questions to happen. The first presenters is Edward Parker and Christine, followed by Christine Parker, and I'd welcome you now to the table. Thank you for coming along.
That's page number 4. It just doesn't line up to
Edward and Christine, we appreciate your written submissions that have come to us, and we've had the chance to read through those and gain a perspective on some of your thoughts. And today is an opportunity for you to unpack any of that further or highlight anything new that you wanted to add to your submission that you didn't feel at the time you were able to. So I'll hand the floor to you, and if you just press the right hand button on the microphone in front of you, that means we can all hear you. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, so good afternoon. My name's Eddie Parker. I live in the Branthwaite subdivision of Rolleston. I'm retired now, but when I was working, my main career was in local government. My verbal submission will focus on two main points. The first one being the need to establish the WSCCO, or Council Controlled Organisation. One of the proposals is to transfer the drinking water and wastewater into this company. And I know I'm not allowed to ask questions, but it is why. I mean, why would you want to do that? These services appear to be run well currently by council, in-house. Much of the infrastructure, particularly in Rolleston and Lincoln, but much of it throughout Selwyn is relatively new. You do it well, you do it really quite cost effectively. Why on earth would anyone with any common sense want to change? It's risky to set up a company, whether it's owned by council or privately owned. There is a risk the company could fail, it could end up going into debt, it could do all sorts of things. And once again, why would you want to take that risk when you don't have to, when it's being run well now? There's also the lack of accountability. As councillors, we get, as ratepayers, get the opportunity to elect you every 3 years. And if you do things we don't like, we can attempt to make some changes. With the company, we can't. The company is there to make a profit, and it pays dividends or whatever arrangement back to council. And we have no say in what they do, how they do it, other than talk to councillors and complain. So I don't think that is the right way to go. The legislation currently before you is incomplete, it is lacking detail, and I do not understand why you're rushing this. It makes no sense to me whatsoever. There's no need to finish until the 3rd of September 2025. And, you know, summing it all up, common sense surely dictates if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It defies logic why any person, organisation, council or company would make these changes when there's no need to make them. There will be staff duplication, there will be 2 sets of management, and there will be set-up costs. Your own figures show that there's no payback for at least 10 years, and that's assuming that everything goes well. So I urge you to keep the water services and wastewater services in-house. My second point is the consultation process. I believe the consultation process is seriously flawed. You gave us 3 weeks in which to make submissions. 3 weeks. It was not well advertised. In fact, your own advertisement for meetings on your website did not even include the times that they were being held. It was only my wife who rang up and pointed out that that was changed. The meeting times were 6 o'clock during the week. 6 o'clock. Most of the people who live here, your ratepayers, are working people with families, cooking dinners. They can't go to meetings at 6 o'clock. I believe it was set at 6 because it suited the staff. That's my belief. I can't prove it. My understanding is that elected representatives are charged with governance. It is your job to set policy. It is your job to set how you want things done and to create policies. It is through you, you appoint the CEO, who in turn appoints staff, who carries out those policies on your behalf. This all sounds and feels and looks like it's being staff run. I fear that the decision has already been made and that they are telling the council what they want to happen. It's been badly organised, and because of that, and this dovetails into my first point, you don't have to make this decision now. You do not. Keep it in-house. Wait for the legislation to be fully finished. Wait for the detail. Then, sometime in the future, when it suits and you're allowed, you can review it again. Thank you. Sorry, that's just my timer.
Well, your timer was spot on. Well done. Thank you, Edward. Is there a question that our councillors have of that submission? No, we will move on to Christine. Thank you, Christine, for coming in. And
You want me to stay here, or do I
you're
go?
welcome to. I don't mind whether you do or not.
Yeah, I'll keep out of the way.
Okay, I'm Chris Parker. That's my husband. And thank you for the opportunity to come and submit today. So I was encouraged to read that the Mayor and said the Council want to hear our feedback and it will be taken into consideration. Thank you, Sam. I'm heartened at the number of submissions which have selected the in-house option and believe it sends a clear message to the councillors as to what the people of Selwyn, the people who voted you in to represent them, want. And they had some really good arguments and concerns. I hope the councillors are really taking on board the comments in these submissions and that the Mayor will stand by his word. In saying that, we only had two options, which really doesn't seem like a choice at all, especially when some submitters offered more alternatives. People are already struggling financially. Our Mayor even stated in the Selwyn Times on the 20th of November last year that rates could become unaffordable in a decade. Well, with the late rate increase last year and the proposed rate increase this year, it is already becoming unaffordable for many. We are a community. We should be moving together as one. You should be listening and then leading. We cannot afford ongoing rate increases. Council needs to cut spending and concentrate on necessary infrastructure. And it's my understanding that is the main role of the council. Our infrastructure is relatively new and well managed. I, for one, don't want you borrowing 500% of total revenue. Just because we can under a CCO doesn't mean we should. For me, it is not an option. We will be crippled with debt. Surely, with the increasing number of ratepayers, the rate intake is increasing substantially without increasing rates. I would be interested to learn how much this consultation process has cost us, especially when I learnt that there are, and I quote a member of your staff, cartons of consultation documents available, after I had been told by a staff member out here at your reception that there were only 19 copies in total available for me to take away to give to neighbours and friends. If there are cartons available, it means they are not in the hands of the people, and that is concerning because so many of the people I spoke to weren't even aware that the consultation was taking place. Surely this is such an important project that every household in Selwyn should have been delivered a copy. While at the council office, I also asked what time the drop-in sessions were, as I couldn't find them on your website. The staff looked and they couldn't find them either. And 2 of the 4 meetings had already been held. The drop-in sessions that took place, 3 of them were at 6 p.m. and on a weeknight and 1 at 10 a.m. on a Saturday. These times would not suit most people. And I query the format of the meetings. I would have liked to have heard what the other residents had to say, but they split us up so we only spoke to staff. We need public meetings where presentations are made and questions are asked, and we need to hear the concerns and responses of other residents. As stated in my submission, staff advised me that the turnout to the meetings had been poor, and I believe this to be because the times weren't initially available on the website, and also because the people had not received a copy of the consultation document and just weren't aware of the project. I note there were 424 submissions received from a district with a population of approximately 80,000. It doesn't seem many to me, and I wonder if this is also a sign of the people not being aware of the consultation and its short 3-week deadline. This consultation process has not been managed well, and I know you have time to start this again and do it properly, because Ashburton has only just started the process. In fact, the Ashburton Council will be delivering information packs to all residents from the 27th of March next week. And they will be having 2 public meetings. And the Christchurch City's consultation process is open for 4 weeks from the 7th of March until the 6th of April. And then I read that the government has told councils to have a light touch consultation? I don't understand this. Surely it is democratic for the people to know what is happening and to be involved in providing feedback. I ask myself, is council working for the government or for the people of Selwyn? And I struggle to understand why council would even contemplate following such an instruction. You represent us, the people. The water assets have been paid for by the people and should remain under council control, whose primary focus is to provide services to the residents, rather than create a CCO, which is effectively a conflict of interest to provide services and also provide a return to the council, its primary shareholder. Thank you.
Good, Chris. Thank you for that. Councillor, is there a question around that? Thank you very much for a very clear submission to us.
Is that correct?
Sorry, Elizabeth, yeah?
How did you find out initially about the consultation process, and so that you knew to come and ask about those drop-ins?
I went to a residents and ratepayers meeting to hear about the overbridge and the changes to the State Highway 1, and 3 of the councillors came along, and Councillor McInnes stood up and she spoke to this water project, and that's when I became aware of it. And I wanted to know more about it, and I was quite shocked, and so I started talking to friends and went to get these brochures to share, and when I was told they were only 19, I said, I just couldn't believe it. And then when I went to a meeting at the Lincoln Library, and I was talking to one of the staff there, and I said, I only got 19 copies. And they said to me, but there are cartons of them. And I said, well, your staff don't know. Sorry.
Yeah. Thank you. And we appreciate you coming in today to speak to us in person. Thank you, Chris. The next presenter is Gareth Payne. Kia ora, Gareth. Welcome back to speak to us. And the microphone in front of you is already on, so the floor's yours.
Cool. Okay. I think a lot of people's already covered basically the the ins and outs of it, but some of the points I'd like to make, in my view, democracy works best at the lowest level. Okay. If you take it too high, you get tyranny of the majority, and if you go the other way, which what I would suggest co-governance would be, you get tyranny of the minority. So we want to follow that. We want to find that middle ground. And when it comes to local communities, I mean, you've got different requirements from different communities. You've got Rolleston that have different values and different needs to what you all have in a rural area. So in rural areas where I am, we have limited infrastructure, like me personally, and this would be the case for a lot of the people around me. We have no Three Waters services. I'm served by State Highway 73, and that's funded by my RUC and my licensing fees, right? So, and with what you're proposing and what I've heard over the last 3 years, I'm really questioning, why am I paying you a couple of grand a year? What am I actually paying the council for? What services are you actually providing? And is that money well spent? And that goes for a lot of my neighbours as well, and they probably share a lot of the views that I'm expressing here today as well. Most of us, we live in the areas we live, not because we want to be surrounded by convenient services. We want to be left alone, basically. I think that's a fair representation. So in terms of your consultation, it's too short. Enough other people have gone over it, I'm sure, but to sum it up in one word, it was shit, especially considering the gravity and the cost implications of what you're proposing. From looking at 200 of the submissions, 90% of them that I could count were against the council's preferred option. That's what I saw from this submission. Your chosen option, I believe, is the worst of all possible options, and I have to question why you didn't have the option there for a consumer trust, because I think that would probably fit better with the values of the people I know and the communities around me. Okay? And so I really question why that wasn't in there. It allows you to double your debt limits, basically, or approximately double your debt limits, and that's secured against our homes. And to be quite honest, I find that pretty disgusting. And I think it's unacceptable. And I don't consent to it. And I don't really consider myself bound by the commitment that you're placing on my home. Now, you know, incompetence, people like to level the charge of incompetence. But when I think of incompetence, that tells me I'd expect you to get things right at least 50% of the time. But for the 3-4 years I've started taking an interest in how council operates, I'm seeing failure consistently. And I'm not seeing a 50-50% breakdown of that. So it just looks more than incompetence. It's almost like economic vandalism, what you're proposing, in my view. Okay? And you're doing that without the public's consent. And I'm going to refer, I heard the hearings on the representation review yesterday. I believe you had a hearing. I was sent the YouTube link. I couldn't give it my full concentration. But if I understand that correctly, if what I was listening to in bits and pieces, it was basically that this council's looking to reject what the community came back to you with in terms of that representation review. So what confidence can we have that you're actually properly doing your consultation and you're listening to the communities that you're supposedly representing? Okay? So what is the need for this excessive borrowing? Why do we need this? Is it because of the excessive population growth that you've allowed to happen in the district without having the infrastructure pre-built to accommodate that growth? And the inefficiencies that go along with it. You've proposed 120 million for a cycleway. Well, why hasn't that been put into this infrastructure requirement if it's needed? Why are we borrowing hundreds of millions of dollars for it? Okay, so just from what I've seen, I come to some conclusions. And one is it's dubious policy decisions and they don't align with the values of large sections of the community that you guys are representing, in my view. You're failing to address some of the root causes of the potential infrastructure deficits, like the excessive growth and the inefficiencies that you're operating under. And I see a trend appearing where you counsel, and if what I heard yesterday was correct, then you're disregarding the community direction you're given, even though it's coming to you by your own consultation and submissions process. And this seems to be clear where the communities aren't in favour of your preferred options, okay? But there's 90,000 of us, and hey, maybe not everybody's submitting, and maybe you got a higher representation from the rural communities, but that's probably because we all talk to each other and we actually discuss this stuff, and maybe that doesn't happen in Rolleston. And I think that Malvern Ward, and perhaps all the rural wards, in my view, we probably want to look at breaking away from Selwyn District Council, because I'm just seeing failure after failure in your policy decisions. And I think we'd be far better off going to our own unitary body, like the old Malvern County Council, basically, because I don't think you're serving the needs of the rural communities in the district. And then lastly, does Selwyn District Council need to be doged, a la Elon Musk? Maybe you do, okay? And when you're in an abusive relationship, you need to be able to just walk away. And personally, that's where I think we are with Malvern community, and I think we should just walk away from the council.
Thank you, Gareth, for that submission. You just noted a couple of things about the representation review yesterday, and that was us talking to the Local Government Commission to defend our decision where we made, as a group, to listen to what the community said when they came in. So I'm not sure whether your representation of that conversation today, I don't think is quite accurate. We were defending yesterday the position where we listened to the rural community and kept 2 councillors in Melbourne and the Melbourne Community Board, which was what we were asked to do. Just for clarity, that was yesterday's conversation.
Well, I'm happy to hear that if that is the case.
Cool. Thank you. Are there any questions on the submission? Grant?
Good afternoon. Quite a clear submission. There was just one point I wanted clarification on. You talked about your concerns about rural voice, and were you saying you felt under the WSCCO model the rural voice wouldn't be heard in comparison to the urban voice? Is that what you were saying?
Well, I'm saying, why does that model look like? If you're in a rural community and say you're providing your own water supply and you're dealing with we're on septic tanks, then why would we want to come under the scheme? It has no relevance to us. Yeah. But you're going to increase your borrowings, which you're then going to secure against our homes, is my understanding of how this ultimately works, and our ability to pay rates.
Right, I understand your concerns. Thank you.
Yeah. So how is that sorry, but that's outrageous, to be quite blunt about it.
Okay, thank you.
Gareth, thank you for coming down this afternoon and talking to us and sharing your point of view. We appreciate it. The next presenter is Daryl Griffin. Oh, sorry, no, I've skipped one ahead, Daryl. Sorry, mate. We're Harvey Polglaze was next.
Thank you, Sam.
Yeah, Harvey, welcome back. The microphone in front of you is on there. I think you can see the red light, so the floor's yours.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm on behalf of the Darfield Residents Association. We actually don't have any problem with the consultation time frame, I've got to confess, but the real problem that we do have is with the with nearly all the ratepayers I've spoken to is about setting up a separate CCO. Council last year agreed to a 10-year long-term plan, which presumably included provision for water services without the need to exceed borrowing limits. To now throw out this part of the plan is a vote of no confidence in existing Selwyn District Council staff and the councillors that voted for it. The proposed CCO will impose significant additional costs on ratepayers up until 2032-34, 33-34, and there's no suggestion that current plans will produce a deterioration in our water services before then. There can be no justification for moving to a CCO presently, with uncertainty as to the likely future requirements, which could possibly still be met with current borrowing limits, and as other local authorities such as Waimari appear to be confident in doing so. If the need arises further down the track, specifically in the next 10-year plan, consider it then. In closing, I'd just like to comment that SDC give the appearance, intended or not, that their consultations with ratepayers are pushing an intended agenda. Such appearance invites cynicism and apathy among the public. Consultations need to be much less biased and much more balanced. Thank you.
Thank you, Harvey, for bringing that to us. Councillor, is there any questions you've got of Harvey's submission?
You've got my submission on there.
Yeah, we have. We've got your full submission with us. No, Harvey, we appreciate your time today. Thank you for coming down and sharing that with us. Daryl, this time. Kia ora, Daryl. Thank you for coming in, giving us your submission. Councillors have your written submission and have read through that, so today's an opportunity for you to expand on anything you've got on there or bring any new points to our attention you'd like to. The floor's yours.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou. I'm Daryl Griffin. I've had, declare my interest, I've had 50 odd years of experience working in and consulting to local government. There's several common messages included in the written submissions from those wanting to speak to you today. I haven't read all the other submissions, but the obvious one is that not one of the submitters in the supports the council's view, and that the best option is to form a water services, and the best option, none of them support the council's view to support the option that you've chosen of a water services controlled organisation. There are some differences in the way that your community's citizens present their arguments, but without collusion, there's a lot of common thought. The vast majority want you to retain the assets and continue to provide the services for all water services in-house, and to retain the ability that local democracy provides to work directly with you rather than through a third party. The council may revisit this issue later, and it will be far easier to form a CCO then, if that's the decision, than it will be to disestablish one that's already been formed. Water is such an important issue for most that following the best examples of other councils later has less risk and more upside than shaping the way it is managed for other councils to follow you. Some common themes include disagreement with the council's assessment of the advantages and disadvantages of the two options being consulted on, and there are other options, of course, in the legislation that you've already dismissed. The accountability, democracy and community input, the quality of assets and operations of the relatively young infrastructure, the actual need to be borrowing more and why, financial information for both capital and operational spend, and why the real rush to get into a CCO model. The recording of question and answer sessions online, including the information clips from you, Mayor Sam, were appreciated. One of the issues that you raised was the question of distancing political interference by creating a CCO. You acknowledged that water is charged for by a targeted rate, and all the monies collected in this way are only spent on water, and that's great. Then you went on to say that the council may be swayed to reduce water activities to save costs if there is deemed to be a greater need for, say, roading or some other activity if you kept the options in-house. The council determines in that situation not to increase the rates for all of them as an assessment of affordability for your ratepayers. A CCO will not be making such considerations, and they will still bill for what they need for water services. In those circumstances, that means that the water and the rates bill together will be greater under a CCO model, as the council will not have the ability to trade off capital or operational projects between activities in that same way. I think there will be many in the community who would prefer to have direct input into those decisions and have them made in a democratically accountable way. If there have to be trade-offs, let us help with setting the priorities. I would also like to comment on the information and disclosure provisions of the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act. Now, I didn't include this in my original submission, but I think it's important. Local authorities have to comply with that legislation, as you well know. A separate CCO will not be subject to those same disclosure obligations. Their meetings will not generally be open to the public, and the public may not have direct access to information about their activities. This is an important dimension of accountability. The proposed water services activity of a WSCCO will have direct community impact and will generate public interest. Access to information is an important part of any accountability relationship. Another reason, I guess, for retaining the in-house model. The WSCCO that you propose will be accountable to the council as a shareholder, but not to the people of Selwyn. The playing field is not even, and if consultation is required by a CCO, then the community, I imagine, it'll be quite different to what we've expected from the council. Maybe they give longer, I'm not sure about that. Ever since the extension reforms of the late 1980s, communities around New Zealand have feared that placing assets and services with third parties, local authority trading enterprises and then council-controlled organisations or council-controlled trading organisations would assist to make privatisation easier. That fear is not diminished. Thank you.
Kia ora, Darryl. Thank you for presenting that to us. Councillors, is there any questions on Darryl's submission? Yes, Megan.
I do have a question. You raised some really good points that I hadn't considered. One that I wanted to understand better was so you were saying water targeted rates, you had confirmation that that is all being spent for their purpose, which is water, and if it moved over to a WSCCO, then that would be the same. But were you saying that you prefer it in-house so that it can be regulated, the costs can be spread and use other rate revenue for water? I wasn't quite sure of that point.
Not really. Part of that, you're absolutely right. The part is that if you retain an in-house water services and operation, then you have the ability to move from project to project, funding year to year, if that becomes necessary, or to in fact not to increase rates in either of any of those activities, whether it's roading or water or whatever, in order to maintain rates affordability. If you have a CCO, then they set the water rates and you set the rest. There is no collusion between the two. You don't have the option of shifting. So the rates bill will be larger if you have a separate CCO. The total cost will be larger.
Thank you for explaining that. I was trying to understand that part of your submission. Thanks.
Darryl, thank you for coming in today. There's no further questions. We appreciate your time and the original submission.
Thank you.
Councillors, our next submitter is Douglas Marshall. He's not here yet, and following him is Sam Wilshire, is due at 2 o'clock. Sam, you're happy to keep it 2 o'clock and not do anything sooner? we'll either adjourn the meeting or you can do your submission now if you'd like. Okay, cool, yeah. Councillor Samuel's presenting his own submission and West Melton Residents Association submission, yeah? Yep. Yep. Sure.
I don't know where West Melton Residents Association or right person to start.
That's fine, you can run them together.
You have PowerPoint, correct?
Yes,
Yeah,
I do.
it is on here. I'll just
It's
sign
very
in.
simple. Do I get a button or do I just push enter or?
I will help set it up for you.
Okay,
And
thank you.
then,
Sorry, I'm annoying and I've got a,
no,
this
it's
is
all
my
good.
picture.
So, it's just on here, so you can use those arrows or use arrows here.
Oh,
to
can I
go
touch
to the
screen it?
next step.
Ooh, that's
Or you can touch
flash.
this.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that's flash.
Or you can use the mouse here.
Cool.
Or here, whatever.
Oh, you're giving me too many options now. It's all too confusing. Oh, good, thank you.
Samuel, that microphone in front of you is on, so whenever you like, you can start your submission. And I want to say thank you for the written submission you've already given us, and councillors have had a chance to read and understand that, and today's a chance for you to unpack any of that or bring anything new to our attention.
Cool.
you.
I was wondering if I had to have a specifically stuck to that guideline, but I haven't, so anyway. Kia ora and good afternoon, Honourable Mayor Sam Broughton and respected council members and the public. Thank you for the opportunity to present this submission. Oh, it's up there. Sorry. I'd like to start with te tangata, te tangata, te tangata. The people, the people, the people. I'm saying this first as it should be the first and foremost thing that comes to mind when we discuss water. Unfortunately, it didn't even appear in our risk analysis on page 13 and page 15. People aren't mentioned once. Neither is health, neither is illness, neither is death. If we're doing a risk analysis, I would have thought that would be number one. As a community, without water, it's not valuable. Without people, water is not valuable. We're made up of 74% of the stuff. So it's pretty important. Slide 2. That one doesn't work. There we go. Boy, that's not easy to read. Slide 2. I've spent the last 14 months trying to obtain information on our borrowing, specifically in regards to the local government funding authority taken by this council. I'm still unanswered on many of these questions, but the two that I have had answered have concerned me greatly. On the Excel spreadsheet, take my word for it, I've been provided by your finance department. It shows 44 loans taken out, of which 3 of them are fixed. Now, keep in mind that that is dated from I think December last year. That's 93.18% of loans taken from LGFA that are on a floating interest rate. Unfortunately, the consultation drop-in session at Darfield Library, comments made by the CFO directly to me and my table contradicted this claim. I asked if most of the loans obtained were fixed or floating. The answer was they're mostly fixed. I sought clarification from this, given that it's a direct contradiction to what I was provided by the CFO in that OIA, to which it was reinstated that most of the LGF funding is fixed. I then, upon leaving this meeting, wanted to seek further clarification, so I CC'd councillors and the Mayor Sam to an email that I sent to Sharon. Sharon, after a little back and forth, we came to the conclusion that 80% of LGFA funding is currently at a floating interest rate. Please bear with me. I'm not used to using 2. As you can see, there has been an increase in borrowing last year. I assume this is to do with maturity dates of previous loans. Slide 4. So you can see we borrowed 150 million in 2024. Note the maturity dates of these loans. So again, the last one's 2024 from memory. Here's the confirmation email that state, again, you'll have to take my word for it. Boy, that's messed that up. It's a lot clearer here. Email provided to show the real transparency of these conversations, but these should also be in your emails of any councillor sitting here. So if you're wanting to review these, you can actually just look up my name. As you see before you, this is one of the rating examples provided to... next slide. As you can see here, this is one of the rating examples provided to citizens in the drop-in sessions and the resource document. A lot of the information provided on this document I have significant concerns with. Rating examples, I was told, had inflation included into calculations, yet on one example it shows next to no inflation for 7 years. Well, not significant enough to warrant an allowance made, in my opinion. Bottom of the page, it claims there was a 10% anticipated compliance cost increase on these versions that extended, not shown here. To clarify, that's the other extrapolated one that's slightly stretched out longer. It actually works out by my calculations to be a lot more like 12% on average. So, yeah. How can we calculate estimated costs of the WSCCO or even an in-house model for years to come if we can't even be assured of the interest rate we would be paying to maintain these loans? So 2033 to 2034, I'd say that these are blue sky's best case scenario predictions at best. It's claimed that in the 2033 to 2034, the price will drop, not increase. Anyone who's been through the LTP knows that this is best intentioned maybe, but hasn't been realised, and I personally believe this is totally incorrect. When have goods you buy day to day reduced in their inflation of cost? Some may still be confused by the relevance of this, and so I need to make these points. I would request kindly that you read the emails again or listen back to this. The relevance, to put it simply, is if LGFA funding is collateral is CCO's rates revenue or take, and we borrow against these assets specifically for water once assets are transferred to the WSCCO. Who really owns our water assets? If we were to default on these loan agreements due to financial hardship, war, economic downturn, what would happen? Let's put it another way. You buy a house for $857 million. You retain a mortgage on this house on day one. Who owns more equity on that property? What happens if you default on the payments for said $857 million home? Now let's say that your interest rates for that mortgage are floating and you have a fixed income like many of our elderly residents and many of our young families. How would you calculate the cost to your family, to your household in year 2034? The simple answer is you can't. Sorry if I'm yelling, I'm passionate. Right, slide 7. Here you can see an estimated cost of replacement like for like of infrastructure. Let's focus specifically on water assets, only wastewater and water supply, because that's what we're talking about today. So wastewater replacement value of 2021, like for like replacement, was $311 million. Water supply replacement value as of 2021 was $184 million. This figure comes to $495 million. Somebody can check that, I'm only a builder. For those two assets alone. Yet resource documents on Your Water Done Well on page 7 claims the cost of maintaining these systems from year 2 to 10 of the long-term plan are estimated to be $857 million. So that's for maintenance. So effectively, if we were to use 2021 pricing, we could replace all the wastewater services, all the water supply services of 2021, and still have $362 million in the bank. For only 8 years of delivery. I would hazard a guess that this calculation is either wrong or we're not getting value for money in either model discussed today. I've raised concerns regarding the consultation process. We have been presented conflicting views. I attended 3 drop-in sessions just because I had curiosity if this was the case. And depending on which staff member or councillor I spoke to, it depended on the answer given. Information was presented as fact, but then quite simply debunked through further investigation. The process seemed to lack clarity on our second most valuable asset, the first being our people. The consultation period was too long, legislation hadn't been formalised yet, but decisions had been made regarding budget without an end deliverable even known. Odd. Finances have been estimated without clarity of how these were obtained, and questions regarding the WSCCO still have not been answered to my satisfaction. Many of my residents have claimed they received a 24-page document that lacked sufficient evidence to make an informed decision, and it didn't grant them the ability to perform their due diligence. Some of the most knowledgeable residents in our district, I reckon, live within a few metres of me, really. And they didn't have enough time to make a submission, and other people have just sent in a submission with both options selected saying, we don't even know. Other councils gave their constituents 4 weeks, not 3. They didn't receive answers. They requested in enough time to submit, and I concur with these findings also. One question I'd like to put to staff residing in the health hub across the road currently and standing councillors is, how has the $2 million earmarked for the establishment team of the WSCCO been spent in 4 months? And I'd kind of like receipts for that, not just a blurb. In conclusion, I, Samuel Wilshire, in a personal capacity, have concerns that this process has been muddled from the beginning, confusing and lacking detail. I pride myself on being well informed on the matter of water since the beginning of Three Waters rollout, and even then found this consultation to leave me in the dark, conflicting and difficult to obtain information. Even when pursuing all appropriate avenues of contact, I shudder to think how ill-informed the majority of our district's residents are on these matters, when I myself struggle to justify the expense and the extra depth of bureaucracy. At a very rough count of submissions, don't quote me on this, publicly available, over 350 were in opposition of the council's proposed plans. Over 40 were in support, and over 20 selected both options, with reasoning being given that they can't make an informed decision based on the information provided. After years of digging through water regulation, I find something rather interesting from the yes submissions. Many names were already familiar to me. Be it their involvement in policy around water, being consultants engaged to undertake water reviews, or also being the fact that they're from completely different councils. I do hope this is just residents of Selwyn submitting on their best knowledge, and sincerely hope that submissions aren't reciprocated to their districts on their Your Water Done Well plan. Consultation from our water CCO staff being sent to other districts could appear to be an erosion of democracy and a conflict of interest. Alternatively, perhaps these people were better informed regarding this consultation than I am, because I definitely didn't come to the same conclusion as they did. The submission count would, in my eyes, show a loss of faith from constituents, and this saddens me. We are not the experts we're not the experts that the council staff engage with. We're not their consultants based on water. But if the overwhelming majority of people are opposed to the council's preferred option, this should be a telling sign. Once the trust is eroded, it is significantly more difficult to regain after that. Stop the spend and start the mend. I, Samuel Wilshire, on behalf of myself and the West Mountain Districts Association, thank you for the opportunity to present the submission and your time for listening to it. I'll be forwarding this to everybody. Thank you.
Kia ora, Samuel. Thank you. Appreciate you coming down to share both your submission and the West Melton submission. Are there any questions of that submission? No. Samuel, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Very good.
Lydia, sorry, I didn't see that. Sorry, Samuel, if you don't mind, Lydia does have a question.
Certainly, Lydia. How may I help? Lovely to see you again. Wasn't it good in Sheffield?
Yeah, it was. It
Yes.
was. Yeah. It was
Anyway.
good. When you're talking about finance, a few things sort of come to mind for me. And so, do you think there are some alternative financing models council should consider?
Yeah, we need to cut the spend. We need to stop doing legacy projects and little pet projects. I'd rather have roads I can drive on. So during the rain for the community response team, they wanted me to do a survey, and realistically, it's not in a subdivision around West Mountain, it's part of my territory. Roads that have been flooding for 30 years are still flooding. The most embarrassing thing is between this council chamber and the lead roading contractor is the most flooded section of roading in Selwyn. I couldn't cross over the railway tracks to fill up my car at BP because it was gumming up over the wheels. Like, is there a better option? Cut the spend, start the mend. We really do. We need to spend within our means. I mean, we're expecting our constituents to dig deeper, find more money, pay more rates. You've doubled the water rate, volumetric water rate by 108.33% in 2021, and you backdated it from before the date even was started. And apparently that's just the way it's always been done. It hasn't started from the date that it charges, it started from the financial year. I mean, if I overcharged my client, I'd be done for fraud. I'm not implying anybody's doing fraud.
Linda, do you have something else? Okay, thank you, Samuel.
Sam?
Cool.
Sam?
No, we're out of time. Thank you.
Elizabeth?
Just quickly, Sam, when you were discussing with staff about the floating rates, did they give you any indication as to why they may have preferred floating rates for some of our loans?
It's in your email, the reply. So I think Sharon did give me a definition as to why. And I think it was in regards to that there are more competitive ways that they can lock in, but it doesn't appear we've locked anything in really. So that would be...
Thank you, Samuel. We'll cover that off in deliberations, Elizabeth, so that all that information's here for us. Samuel, thank you.
Thank you.
Douglas Marshall is our next presenter. Welcome back, Douglas. That microphone is on in front of you, so we appreciate a very thorough submission from yourself, looking at a lot of different areas, and appreciate your expertise coming in today to share with us your thoughts.
Thanks, Sam. The whole water change is fraught with challenge because it's just more expensive. It's really difficult because actually I think Selwyn, and I've obviously had past experience, I think I've done water extremely well, but more importantly, you've done the charging right, targeted rates and water meter charges, so people understand the cost and they see how much water they use, so they really get the hang of that. But what's being faced now is just, it looks overly expensive and it's going to be difficult for people. So I've just got probably 3 key points and then I'm happy to take questions. So I did find the consultation document reasonably well to read. I thought your little podcasts or whatever we call them are really cool, Sam. The question answers that keep getting updated. So I think your process was sound. It was short, and it's short for a reason, but that's why it's so difficult for people, because this is really important and they're passionate and keen to know. And we're talking about water and wastewater. Wastewater often can be perhaps forgotten about too. So it's 2 really key parts. I've identified I suppose a small pile of things that I'd be looking at further. Some of them, the answers might be quite clear and I've missed them. Others, it might be in the legislation coming through to provide the support for it. But I really think the key thing would be I would be pausing your decision right now as to which way you go. 450 submissions. I'm not sure the flavour either way, but man, that shows some interest in something, which is great. That's really great. People have taken the time. I was surprised how many hours I spent reading and understanding, and and I'm in theory I know a little bit about this background, so the fact that people like the gentleman before me and the people here, it's really, you should be really proud of yourselves. A number of people have come out and want to get passionate about it. The cord issue, I thought that was well answered in the why you don't want to put this in the cord, but I'm saying we'll reverse it, take out stuff from cord, put it into this water company or in-house if that's the way you're going. Bulk up your expertise. There's good talking between the parts of council and court anyway, but perhaps there's a bit more of improvement there to do. And my final one, and it's going to be a consistent theme, I think, for people, rates all over the country are expensive. And actually, I don't think they should be as expensive as they're probably coming through here in Selwyn. That's purely because you've got, in theory, new infrastructure. And I think your challenge is going to be not round water, because you've got a bit of legislation telling you you've got to improve your quality, have some pricing measures. You're going to have to look hard at your other activities in council and figure out what things could we now no longer do or do as much of because we've got to afford these water services. And that's the harder one for you. I imagine putting together your 25, 26 annual plan, which I assume is coming out with consultation shortly, must be quite challenging. So thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Douglas. No annual plan this year for consultation, so you won't be seeing that shortly.
Oh, it's disappointing.
Question from Elizabeth.
Thank you. Your last thing that you've talked about is council needing to prioritise its spend in other areas so that we can prioritise the water infrastructure based on the legislation. Does that give you a strong preference towards in-house rather than the Wesco model because of the fact that we'll be working completely separate and making those decisions independently, as what the previous guy, I think it was Darryl Griffin, had mentioned? We're making isolated silo decisions about how we spend and we won't be reflecting on each other's choices. So is that one of the reasons why you prefer the in-house model?
To a degree. I mean, I think your problem's twofold. Legislation's going to tell you and give you your pricing controls anyway. Doesn't matter whether that's in-house or in the company, the legislation's telling you that. It's more that the question mark in my mind is there's quite varying differences. The graphs show that, things have been stepping up. Look, I'm sure people have pored over these and tried to figure out what the answer is. But as I say in my last piece there, it means you're going to have to look at other parts of council activities to get cost out of ratepayer pockets because waters are going to take up a bigger chunk than they would have in the past.
Thanks, Douglas, for your submission. No, I've got a clarification. With regards to, you've got a red circle on your submission, and I can only go by my diligent page, sorry, but it's the projected water services CCO net debt to operating revenue. And you've got a red circle where you have estimated that basically there's you are unsure what the graph looks like for the in-house delivery, but you could assume that it was similar in the first 2 years below, suggesting that we have some time before additional borrowing is needed to meet the needs required. Can you actually tease that out a little bit more for understanding, please?
Yeah, sure. Look, and there's a lot going on in that graph. It did take me a little bit to get the hang of it. Not that I thought it was quite a cool graph and I got the hang of it, but to read. That sort of white space, the way I read it is that if one of the sole drivers is to get greater borrowing capacity out of the CCO, you've actually got a wee bit of time before you're getting near debt levels. If the in-house model would be a similar type trajectory, but accepting the borrowing max would be lower, but you've still got a bit of time up your sleeve before you need that borrowing. It's like in 2009 when we stepped into the LGFA and we went borrowing pretty well straight away. That's because we'd never borrowed before. We had some urgency to get the LGFA and all that in place. I think I look at it and go, there's a bit of time here. You don't have to rush into a decision. You can buy some time, and I outlined that in there. So that's how I would see it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Really helpful submission. So you've clearly identified that the government is going to set some direction on how much water is going to be, what the cost will be in the future for water. And so whether or not it is in a WSCCO or in-house, the financial model needs to be completely ring-fenced. So that idea of actually shifting rates around to cover things will go. But part of your submission still touched on that a bit, and I wanted to understand when you're saying some of those other services could go, that is to offset the fact that the rates are going to be set at whatever for water anyway through central government. Is that right? So you're saying it doesn't matter if it's in-house or a WSCCO, the finances are going to be what they will be?
Yeah, if it's all about that pricing mechanism in the bill if you're not meeting your levels. And there's a lot in there. What I'd say to you, and I mean, I was the corporate manager here for a number of years. Sometimes what you could do is if you had to fund stuff in waters, you could hold back in libraries rate or your reserve rate and that type of thing where you generate. You could play that type of parcel and be really clear with people what you're trying to do here. Waters is over there now. Yes, you control it with statements of intent and all that stuff. We get all that too. But actually the legislation controls that.
Yep.
So when you come over here now, you've got less controls over what you could or can't do. And let's be really clear here, because I saw someone say, oh, well, Selwyn, they're being dragged in with the CCO. No. We've had ring-fence water here for 30 years, and you've had pricing models. You've been the model poster child for your waters. The issue now is what's the next challenge that you can try and overcome here. So, yeah, it's unfortunately it is where it is. But I just think you need to pause.
Thank you. Final question, Shane.
Thank you very much, Sam. Good to see you, Douglas. Good to hear your voice again. Thank you for your experience and your expertise and your submission. Just picking up on the model that you held up before, saying that there is some comfort to move things around should water need it. Shouldn't that then, in fact, mean more accountability with an WCCO? That they won't have the comfort.
Well, put it this way, it's easier for me to ring you up, Shane, and berate you because I vote you into council. The current one where I need to find a Cord board member, and I do know a couple of them, or Orion board members and berate them for similar services, it's a lot easier when I got that elected official to actually say, well, hang on here. So I think the tension of governance is much more closer to the people when you're elected. The tension around a CCO's got different tensions, they're financial tensions, so they are a wee bit different. But if you're talking about the people being available, the elected model will get there every day of the week is the preferred model.
Thank you, Douglas. We appreciate you coming in and giving your expertise into this submission process. Thank you. The next presenter is Basil Meyer. Basil. Basil, if I could just get you to press the right-hand button on that microphone, it'll turn it on, and the microphone beside you is currently on. If I just get you to turn that one off. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm here today to talk about the consultation regarding water done better. We're busy at the moment at home. Our harvest started earlier than other years, so I've taken time to come here. I do question why I come here. You've got a consultation process, you want to hear our views, and sometimes I walk away from here wondering, do you actually listen what we're saying? Anyway, I'll leave that up to you to think about it. We, in the submission form, we stated we wanted you to defer the decision till more details are available, and we wanted you to consult with other councils to see where there is an opportunity to work together. And I say that again, to seek consultation with other councils, because the information I got from Sharon about the Pines resource of some years ago, where you were not here, I'm sure you were not here 20 years ago, that states that there was no consultation undertaken with other council to look at a shared facility. So our concern is that this council is pushing ahead without understanding the full concept of what's coming, without consulted with other councils to see whether there's an opportunity to work together. Wasteco is, in our view, a duplication of current systems to some extent. And as I said at the opening, if the information we have is correct, then you've already got someone in the pipeline to manage this new facility and also have set aside office space. We want you, the council, to further manage the water system that we have had, because we elect you, and if we're not happy, we can pick the phone up and give you an earful. Whereas if it's a different entity, what control do we have, what say do we have, and what they're doing? I'm also disturbed in some of the comments made from within this council that going to Wasteco as giving you opportunity to have more borrowing. Why do you need more borrowing? Why is it you're going to want a bigger bucket of money and spend it? Why is it that you not live with your own means? Why is it that if costs arise, those costs are dished out to the people responsible for costs? And I'm talking about if you have the increase in more development here in Selborne, the costs of it must be borne by the developer, not partly subsidised by us ratepayers. We get no benefit from what's happening here in Rolleston. We're in Darfield, let alone if you're up Arthur's Pass. So we ask you to consider what we stated in the submission. We ask you to take on board what I said today. Trudy can't be here today because she's busy in the orchard with our harvest. That's about it from us.
Basil, thank you for coming in and sharing that with us. And I assure you, your voice and the voices of all submitters are listened to, and that's why we run this process. So we appreciate you coming in to share your perspectives with us. And we have talked to all of our neighbours, all of Canterbury, and almost all of the South Island to say, could we work together? And the answer came back with a very clear no. So that is why there hasn't been a Canterbury or even with our near neighbours progress at this point. So just for some background on the steps that we've taken. Elizabeth.
Basil, I take it having an orchard, you're a businessman. How do you feel about intergenerational debt, where we borrow more up front so that our children and grandchildren can help pay off for the assets that we build today?
How much intergeneration debt do you want to have? If you build a facility which's got a lifespan of, say, 20 years, you can understand that. But put it in perspective, if with this new proposal, as we understand this, there's an opportunity to borrow another 520 million. So what if in 5 years' time some major event comes along and this council needs to borrow a substantial amount of funds to cover what's happening? So then not only our children going to have this so-called intergeneration debt, but then you also load them up and grandkids of us with further debt. So I understand what you saying, Elizabeth. Intergeneration debt, how far you want to push that? What is required for that? In my long-term plan submission, I stated that you got a really good indoor facility in West Milton. Why the need 15 minutes up the road to build another one? Travel 15 minutes to get to another one is not a problem these days. So intergeneration debt, I can understand that to some degree if it comes to major infrastructure, which here for 100 years, right? Like the water in Auckland, I think what they just finished, and yet the email from Sharon, the Plains resource is only till 44, so it's only about 30 years or 35 years. So long-term planning is essential. If this region, this district will slow down in development, I think that's great. Personally, I feel that's great because you have more time to consider and consult with all of us. And as a farmer, I cringe when I see good farmland being plastered all with tar seal concrete and roofing on. We lose valuable land to the development.
Okay. Basil, thank you for your points of view and all the best with the rest of your harvest coming up as well. Thank you.
Thanks.
The next presenter is Mark Alexander. Mark's presenting the Rolleston Residents Association submission. Mark, thank you for the written submission, which we've read and have in front of us. Today's your opportunity to present anything new or highlight anything in there, and just acknowledge yesterday we had the representation review mentioned earlier by a previous submitter, and you're part of that process. So just acknowledge that, and as a previous councillor, note your work in our community. So thank you.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Mark Alexander toko ingoa, ko ao te manakura o Tupanga, noho o Ralston. Hello, I'm Mark Alexander, Chair of the Ralston Residents Association. Due to time constraints imposed on this hearing, on those speaking at this hearing, I'm simply going to present the focus of the Ralston Residents Association on this issue. Please do not decide to create a water services CCO at this time. Don't do it. You don't have to do it, so don't. Please don't. Our government has made you consult on the creation of a water services CCO or retaining water services managers in-house, and that's what you've done. Choose the in-house option. You're allowed to do that. We encourage you to do that. Your consultation document showed increased costs to urban ratepayers if the WSCCO option is chosen, but did not show any actual benefit beyond vague statements that a CCO could borrow more to do as yet unspecified projects. The consultation document said the total cost, rates and charges will reduce after the 10th year. That's the same promise made in each and every long-term plan. But circumstances change and that promise is almost never realised. A WSCCO can be created in the future if circumstances change. If a WSCCO is created and not needed, it will be much more difficult and much more expensive to disestablish the CCO. Choose the fiscally prudent option for our community and do not create a WSCCO at this time. Creating a WSCCO can be done in the future if necessary. To reiterate, please do not decide to create a water services CCO at this time. Don't do it. You don't have to do it, so don't. Please don't. Ka nui te mihi. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Kia ora, Mark. Thank you for that. Councillors, is there any questions you have of the submission? Elizabeth.
Oh, you've got two. You went through half the time, so it was fantastic. Is there anything more that you'd like to add that you've...
No, you have you have our submission. It's not my submission. It's the submission of the Ralston Residents Association. Mm-hmm. You have that. I'm highlighting the conclusion of it because we were restricted in time.
Right. Okay, fantastic. How were you able to, as a residents association, get out and make this known amongst Rolleston, which is obviously quite a large population for the district, to try and get some more feedback from the community who are unaware?
We didn't do that well, nor did council. There's very few, with over 10,000 households here, there's 400 submissions is good for the district, but actually really bad for the district. Council is not good at consulting. Having a 3-week consultation period was poor. As I said previously in an email to you all, you could have taken longer. You could have taken a 6-week consultation period, had a hearing, made a determination, and still met your deadlines. You chose to do more than the legal minimums at the cost of proper consultation with community. We didn't do a great job as a residents association getting out in the community. This represents the usual membership of our committee being asked on behalf of them and their neighbours. But nor did council. The first and only Ralston drop-in I went to, it had more people from outside of Ralston meeting at Te Atia than from Ralston. The drop-in format is not great, as other speakers have said. An actual proper meeting with a presentation and Q&A would have been better, because that's what the drop-in at the Te Atia turned into. because people were interested in sharing their questions and having the answers shared. The process has been very poor. And that's why we come back to, you don't have to create the CCO. There's no evidence in this document that says you have to do it. There's vague statements, but there's no evidence. If you don't create it now, you can create it in the future when it's required. Creating it imposes more costs on our ratepayers at a time they are already struggling with our rates. Imposing higher burden for what appears to be little or no gain is not great.
Thanks, Mark. Lydia.
You say don't do it. If council was to retain in-house, what measures do you propose to ensure service affordability?
Well, it simply has to be cheaper in-house. You're not setting up a separate board. You don't have a CE and an extra management structure to fund. Keeping it in-house, there may be extra costs to ring-fence those staff, but it's got to be cheaper. Simply common sense says it's got to be cheaper than forming another company that has to have a board, a chief executive, HR support, CFO, and all that kind of stuff that in-house already has. There's nothing in this document that said identified any cost savings for council if the CCO was created. It simply said the CCO will involve these extra costs, which will be extra in the charges, and the total combined cost, rates and charges, will increase over the next 10 years. That's where the statement comes from, what little information is in the document.
Yeah, I was wondering what you made of so obviously rates in general are going up and nobody likes that. Due to the legislation and the new standards and the requirements and everything, that means that water costs are also going to be going up. And I was just wondering what your thoughts were on the fact that I understand that you would prefer us, and the RRA would prefer us to choose in-house rather than a WSCCO. Do you have any thoughts on just the general fact that it doesn't matter which option we choose, the costs are going to be a lot higher than they are now?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, the costs of providing potable water and wastewater services to our community will probably keep increasing under either model. The overheads are much less, according to this document, in keeping it in-house. This document shows nothing at all to the community why a WSCCO is required. The statement that the WSCCO is required because it can borrow more to do projects. But this doesn't identify any projects, and as a previous speaker has said, we went through a long-term program last year. We adopted a long-term plan. We, council and community, adopted a long-term plan last year that identified all projects that were going to be done over that 10-year period, over the next 9 years from now. What's changed? There's nothing, absolutely nothing in this document that says something's changed that identifies new projects that needs new borrowing. And yet, the recommendation is to create this new entity with these new costs and borrow more. For what? If in the future legislation changes and we have to do this, we still can. If you retain services in-house today. If you create a CCO today and it turns out to be the wrong decision, winding it up will not be cheap.
Thanks,
We're asking that you do the fiscally prudent option that involves the least cost to ratepayers.
Time for two brief questions, one from Megan and then Malcolm.
Oh, kia ora.
Kia ora.
So my question to you as a ex-politician around this table, have you considered the risk of central government saying, look, Selwyn, if you don't do it a particular way, you're going to lose local control and we might direct you to do this in another way that removes local voice? Have you considered, being an ex-politician, the political risk that might be weighed up at the moment?
You can only consider what you put in front of us. And you have to take we have to deal with today's facts today. A future government can do what they like. It can force Selwyn to merge with other councils. It can impose extra costs and charges. That seems inevitable. But we have to deal with what's in front of us today. What's in front of us today is a decision of in-house or CCO. The community is saying overwhelmingly in-house.
So
It's up to council to make the determination. But if you've got extra information that you've had in front of you, and I've been told that there is, that you have not put in this consultation document, then shame on you all. Shame on you, because you have not shared the right information with your community. We can only make our recommendation, our request of you based on what you've put in front of us. If you've got other information that you chose not to share, shame on you.
So my question's more about, do you perceive like with this current government and the legislative reform that's currently carried out, like not a future government, but do you perceive there could be some type of political risk?
I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know what the bunch of lunatics in Wellington are going to do. They are not consistent. They are not rational. I could give you plenty of examples of inconsistent and irrational decisions they've made. I'm not sure that the other reforms, particularly in the RMA space, are going to benefit our community, but they continue to do it. It's really it's in this council's job, and Sam as chair of LG&Z, to get in those ears and try to bend them in our direction. But I can't deal with what may or may not happen by some bunch of lunatics in Wellington. I have to deal with the here and nows.
Malcolm?
Yeah, thank you, Mark. Just one question. I know it's a big ask, but has anybody read the Local Government Water Services Bill?
I've been busy dealing with many other submissions and policies at the moment. I'm struggling to keep up with the ones in front of us locally, let alone dealing with that. I left here so that I could give myself some peace and quiet. That failed.
Yeah, good luck. Thank you, Mark.
Mark, thank you for coming down. I can assure you there's no other information that we haven't shared other than, as Malcolm has just said, the hundreds of pages of other things that are going on that we've condensed into the 10 to make sure the most important information was with our community. So thank you for coming down today. The next presenter is Denise Carrick. And Denise, thank you for your written submission, and that's been in front of councillors to read, and we have that today. It's an opportunity for you to share anything from that, highlight any points you've already raised, or bring anything new to our attention. And the microphone in front of you is on, so the floor's yours.
Cool. Hi, I'm Denise Carrick. Been here a few times now. I'm representing Lincoln Voice. So this is the submission that you have had is not me that wrote that. That's other people that wrote that. I'm not going to read out that submission, as we are going to respectfully assume that you have read the submission. We would like to specifically thank Councillors Elizabeth Munt for holding a meeting in person that we could go to, and also Sophie McInnes for engaging with the community over this issue. There have been 424 submissions on this extremely important, massive decision, a majority clearly saying no to the forming of a WSCCO at this time, due to the clarity of information available to us, which Mark has just talked about. In fact, I read them all. There are 360 in favour of an adjusted in-house model. There are 33 in favour of a WSCCO. But none of the ones in favour of a WSCCO had any depth of reason or comment, so I couldn't get anything from that. And then there were 26 where people had put both for various reasons. There were multiple detailed submissions for the in-house version. Particularly notable were number 424, the National Public Health Service, who questioned the intergenerational equity, which someone else has already talked about, and also climate change risks such as draft and flood risks have not been addressed in your document. Also submission numbers 171, Anita Wright, 184, Ian Burney, 203, Wayne Sargison, 267, Darfield Residents Association, 273, Rolleston Residents Association, 288, Helen Immers, 335, Brian Lester, 344, Calvin Payne, 346, Douglas Marshall, 349, Prebleton Community Association, 350, Darryl Griffin, 367, West Mountain District Residents Association, 372, Malvern Community Board, 389, Ian Tennant, and 418, Rachel Inch. All had really good arguments in their submissions. The problem is, and I can hear it now, is that's only 419 submissions out of 85,000 people who now live in Selwyn. Not only that, but the people speaking today are probably the same people who always front up here and have their say. So someone else did mention that as well. What we would say to you is please keep in mind that the people speaking today are representing many others from the communities around them. Be those friends, family, neighbours, or because they are residents' associations, community boards, community groups. And they are passionate about representing their communities. And keeping up with all these processes is virtually impossible, to be honest. From the local government, New Zealand, from LGNZ, from their website, this is a direct quote. Community engagement. Meaningful engagement with people and communities is key to effective local government and a core part of a councillor's role. It increases the community's sense of ownership around decisions and goodwill toward the council. It also ensures the council is better informed and better able to implement its decisions without challenge. Local government legislation places considerable importance on the quality of the relationship between council and their communities, with expectations around levels of engagement and consultation clearly defined in the legislation. I don't think I need to go over that. It's not been good. Enough people have said that now. Decision making. Again, this is direct quote from LGNZ. Almost everything a local authority does involves a decision. From how to manage resources and deciding what to invest in, down to what colour to paint the playground equipment and when dogs are allowed on the local beach. Before making decisions, councils must ensure they have enough good quality information to be as informed, balanced and reflective of the community's desires as possible. This information can come through a range of sources and methods, such as reports, experts, financial advice, consultation with local businesses and organisations, feedback from community boards, groups, and more. The bigger the decision, the more extensive the research and consultation process. This is a direct quote. This is a massive decision that you are taking. Our community is still asking, where is the detailed business case? And again, other submitters have already gone over that. Where are the total costs to the ratepayers? Your community does have the intellect to deal with the information, but they feel they did not get given the information. Lincoln Voice also questions that this decision went to a small subcommittee of council. Surely it warranted the whole council for the entire process, even with the limited time expectations. It is a complete restructure of council operations and involves hundreds of millions of community dollars. And as a governance process, it has been muddy and shallow at best. I'll finish with a quote from Rachel Inch. She's submitted 418. This is a generational decision that will shape the future of water services in our district. If council is committed to earning and keeping the community's trust, it must prioritise democratic protections, financial transparency, and equitable outcomes. When leaders stop listening, the people stop believing. And when belief fades, so does legitimacy. Until power becomes a shadow and governance a shell. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Denise. Thank you for coming in and presenting that to us. There are no questions around the table, so we appreciate the clarity in which you've presented that to us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brian Lester. Kia ora, Brian. We appreciate you coming in a bit earlier this afternoon for us as well, and your submission written to us is in front of councillors, and this afternoon's an opportunity for you to present anything new or highlight anything from your original submission. The microphone in front of you is on, and the floor's yours. Thank you.
Thank you. I was going to bike here, but I had to bring the car. So I've been assured that you've read the submission, so I certainly won't be going through that word by word, but I would like to emphasise a few points. One is that the discussion document referred to the status quo as not being an option. Well, I totally obviously disagree with that. With the key requirements going forward is for the service provider to manage and provide water services, to follow financial principles, including matching of revenues and expenditures, and forward planning, which are all things that the council should be doing now if they're not. Now, I would just go a little bit further and refer to the council's own funding and financial policies. And in that, with respect to water and wastewater, it refers to the council is in the best position to respond to the expectations of the communities it serves. Council is well positioned to take a major leadership role in planning and managing assets and networks that deliver essential services. That the failure of these services has a devastating and far-reaching effect on the district. Now, these are your own words in your own documents, which I totally agree with. To me, those definitions meet a core service of council. And the council and the councillors and the government's role is a key function for elected members, for yourselves. I refer to debt levels and the council rising debt levels, and I submitted on that into your draft LTP. Unfortunately, I wasn't afforded the opportunity to speak to you about that, which I did request. But I do question what the priorities are when we're talking about essential services such as water, wastewater, and those sort of things, as compared with perhaps cycleways from Arthur's Pass to Lake Ellesmere. And also, the prudent management of those debt levels, given the increase that levels have been over the last 6 years. With regard to the cost comparisons in the document, the business case for the change is not made. When we're talking about a 332% increase in the water and wastewater charges in years 1 to 8, with a possibility of a 2% reduction in year 9, you've got to question that, surely. And given the council's LTP record, and here, once again, I'll probably refer back to comments that I made in my submission to the long-term plan, the following 4 years, the previous long-term plan referred to a 17% increase, cumulative increase over that 4-year period. The current LTP refers to a 70% increase for the same period. So that doesn't give me a lot of confidence with regard to debt caps and perhaps a 2% reduction 9 years down the track. The documents refer to a 220% increase in those targeted rates over that period. Development contributions, your own policy once again, states that expansion of areas of service has little or no benefits to existing residents. I'd agree with that. It states that the capital expansion is to be funded by development contributions. Makes sense. And the government has moved recently to reinforce that, those abilities. However, when I look over the next 4 years at these services in particular, it appears that 1/3 of the expansion is going to be funded by development contributions. So that's 2/3 short. Once again, your own policies. There's been some comment made recently about consultation. And I'll just expand perhaps my views on that in relation to this process. And I was probably encouraged to do so in the current today's paper, which referred to the central government suggesting that a light touch approach is satisfactory for this. Well, I'm sorry, that doesn't stack with me. I do not see any reference to a light touch in the guidelines or in the bill. And the bill is not legislation. The current legislation, and one of the key ones that you have to comply with, is obviously the Local Government Act. Now, currently, water and wastewater are deemed strategic assets in your own plan. As per Local Government Act, you're required to do. The requirements of the legislation is to consult and advise communities when you're dealing with strategic assets. The Act refers to the special consultative procedure, which must allow not less than 1 month for public feedback. And public are to be given reasonable opportunity to present their views. I can appreciate a light touch if looking to retain the status quo, but not if transferring strategic assets or essential services. So I think you may wish to rethink your process, particularly against that legislation. Happy to answer any questions, but can I ask, firstly, is it the Council's practice to respond to submissions? And what is the Council currently spending the $2 million related to this project on?
Thank you for asking those questions. Some of those answers will be given during the deliberations next week, because there will be things that have gathered from everyone's submissions here that staff will be able to provide extra information on, but we don't have direct answers for you for those today.
What about the $2 million? You've referred to that publicly, so presumably you must know what that $2 million is being spent on.
Yes, so we'll have that next Wednesday, because that will be part of the conversation about wrapping up what have we heard from all of our submissions. And once we understand not only what we've read, but we've still got further submissions to hear, we will give those answers to everyone. Yeah,
so I'm sorry, but as I read, that $2 million is going to be spent by 1st of April or 2nd of April or something. So you must be spending that now, so there shouldn't be any secrets about that.
There's not, and there's a report that is coming to the Local Water Done Well Committee. It was asked for a fortnight ago, and I imagine that data will be available for submission for the hearings next Wednesday.
So the Council is not aware of it, but the money's being spent?
The Council is aware of it, because it's been given to the CEO was at our last meeting, updated councillors on where that was. The detail of it is in a further report, and will be given next Wednesday as part of our deliberations. Any questions for submission today? Yes, we have Deborah.
Thank you, Brian, for your submission. Just 2 queries that I've got. Around the DCs, when you say that we have a proposal for 1/3 being funded DCs, but are you saying that there's a calculated deficit of 2/3 that could be funded by the ratepayer and should be funded by the development contributions?
Your current policy states that 100% should be paid for by development contributions.
Mm.
In your financial forecast, it covers 1/3 of those costs.
Okay, so that's the financial forecast.
Yep.
That's the discrepancy. And the next one, I guess, is around the light touch consultation. And you quote that the bill is not legislation, and that we are required to consult under our policies under the Local Government Act that we currently have, which clearly state 1 month.
At the minimum.
Minimum of 1 month consultation.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thanks, Deborah. Sophie.
Kia ora, sir. Thank you very much for your time. And thank you for submitting on the LTP as well. I'm really sorry if you didn't get to come to speak to us. That's
So am I.
yeah. I won't reuse the words that Mr. Alexander used regarding the legislation at the moment, but I agree in some ways. But it is this time where lots of things are changing. So, for instance, you've mentioned the LTP. You're not the only one. A lot of this legislation came in or was drafted or provided to us after the LTP had happened. So really hard to plan ahead. We haven't got a crystal ball either. I'm just going to listen. There is a question at the end of this, I promise. Something else that is happening at the moment, there's the resource management reform, where they're literally shaking up how we get to do DC development contributions. The fast track didn't exist when we did the LTP either, although we knew it was coming, but we didn't know what was on the list. And in terms of the consultation period, the previous bill, the preliminary arrangements one, literally exempts us from being able to use the special consultative procedure, hence all of this. So the question is, and that was the other part. You started right at the beginning about you do believe that status quo is possible. The reason why we're trying to say that it's not possible is actually because of the new regulations that are coming in that didn't exist at the time.
Sophie, sorry,
Yep.
we don't need to critique the
No.
submitters, so if
The
you just
question
any
was-
further clarification.
Based on that, does that change any of your thinking, or does it just illustrate how uncertain everything is?
No, and I certainly understand that local government to some extent is a puppet of central government. And I suppose I'm a bit of a tragic, so I do keep an eye on all those sort of things. But I'd emphasise that a bill is just a bill, and it doesn't trump existing legislation. But secondly, there was a question earlier on, which I just heard, with regard to the status quo. Well, what are your neighbours doing? You know, Christchurch City, status quo, Waimakariri, status quo, Ashburton, status quo. So you're not on your own if you look to take that path. And in a lot of respect, there is strength in local government when they stick together.
Thank you. And Elizabeth.
I just wanted to ask you if we had gone to the 1 month consultation, if we were able to wind back the clock and do the process again, aside from adding an additional week to this whole submission, is there anything else that you think would have helped us to engage more with the community for a better response? You talked about having a business case in this. I'm not sure whether you feel we could, I guess it's part of the question, do you feel we could put together a business case given that we don't actually know the legislation? And what's your opinion over basically those questions?
Firstly, the time frame of a minimum of 1 month is to enable the community to basically have time to reflect and to discuss, which there was very little time to do this. Secondly, from the point of view of the bill itself, and say while it's not legislation, it does sort of state some fairly fundamental principles with regard to managing and providing water services, the financial principles of ring fencing the money that comes in for water to be spent on the waters, and forward planning, which to me should be business as usual for you guys. So no big surprises. The business case I refer to is the huge increase in costs, with perhaps a small benefit 9 years down the track. Now, who would make a business decision on that basis?
Brian, thank you very much for answering those questions and for bringing your points of view into the conversation. We appreciate it.
No.
Thank you. Councillors, we'll adjourn the meeting. Our next presenter is at 3:20, but just because of the timing for submissions, if we could be back in the room for 3:10, and if the submitters are here, we'll start again slightly earlier. They're not due till 3:20, but just so we don't fill the afternoon up as tightly, we'll just give ourselves that extra 10 minutes, please. The meeting's adjourned, and if any of our guests would like a hot drink, there's water and hot drinks out in the foyer for you to help yourselves to. Thank you. Kia ora koutou, everyone. Welcome back to our hearings this afternoon. We have Susan Farmer, followed by David Farmer. So Susan, welcome along. Susan, thank you for your written submission, which all councillors have received and read. And this afternoon's an opportunity for you to highlight anything there or bring anything new to our attention. If you wouldn't mind just pressing the right-hand button on that microphone or turn it on, just press it once. Yeah, it's on now. The floor's yours. Thank you.
Thank you. This, to me, presents a sales pitch. It's the sort of thing that turns up at the front door with a glossy angle and wants to pressurise you into making a decision to commit to something that is a rather large consult without having the details. I think the issues that I've outlined briefly anyway, they cover most of them, and a lot of other people will cover them much better in more detail than I will. So I want to look at the issue as to why the haste. This is an enormous topic. Why the haste with sort of sales pitch techniques? Is there potentially an uncomfortable truth underneath here that the council would prefer us not to notice? If you wouldn't picture, if you will, a large pyramid, very large, and big enough to incorporate the whole of the globe. It is in fact, what we are involved in here is in fact a gigantic Ponzi scheme. This pyramid of global corporate proportions is layer upon layer of corporate structure right through to the people at the top, handful of people at the very top of that pyramid, and we, the ratepayers, at the very bottom of that pyramid. We are the bottom feeders, if you like, but we fund this pyramid right up to the top, this financial, institutional pyramid scheme. And we're all programmed, conditioned, psychologically, and intellectually, and emotionally, to not notice. So we go along funding this thing. It's a scam. So this document, this consultation document states that a WSCCO would, quote, reduce the risk of political decision-making and interference. Well, Merriam-Webster dictionary, if you look at the definition of political, this is the political interference, it states, political, of or relating to a government or the conduct of a government or concerned with the making of governmental policy as distinguished from the administration. So here we have, coming to this point of this, we have many corporations already involved in it. We've got the New Zealand government, we've got the local government funding agency, the local government funding association, Te Mata Arwhai, we've got Ngāi Tahu, we've got the water services industry, multivarious companies, all corporations, including the Selwyn District Council. Now, these corporations all propose and encourage the instigation of another corporation whose duties, first duties and responsibilities, just like yours and everybody else's in the corporational world, first duties and responsibilities are to protect the interests of the company shareholders, not necessarily the bottom feeders. We're going up the levels. So we already have many invested corporations instigating the creation of another corporation. And they are bound also to serve the Local Government Act 2002. So any corporation involvement is political. It's political interference in matters pertaining to human well-being and prosperity. So this document claim of reduced risk of political decision-making and interference is in fact an inversion of the truth. There will instead be an increase in the corporate web of politically regulated agents, enabling the removal of any accountability to the ratepayers. In other words, greater freedom to the corporation to expand and facilitate the corporate manoeuvre of dollar value, added value, to a God-given resource. Possibly commodification as proposed by the World Economic Forum. The intent of corporate finance institutions can never, ever benefit the well-being and prosperity of humanity, as its rules of conduct, of self-promotion and self-entitlement are the very antithesis of what it is to be a member of humanity. Te Mara Atawai and Ngāi Tahu, these are people who take policies from, Tomata Arawai take their policies from the WHO and from the United Nations. Right at the top of this pyramid, they state that that's where they get their policies from, and they use words like, we will influence and improve outcomes, influence the water services industries, but improve outcomes. Both of those words are used within the psychological manipulation world, influencing things. Influence is a very interesting word. Improve, if you look in the dictionary, means to add value. Well, what do you think adding value to a corporation is? It's going to be dollars. And it's justification by legislation to dictate policies which are enacted and imposed by agents of government. It permits flagrant financial mismanagement and tactics of corporation influencing behaviours, such as psychological manipulation, deception, inversions of the truth, or downright lying, obfuscation, coercion, bullying, intimidation. They're all fear-inducing constructs designed to produce compliance amongst the ratepayers. So humanity embodies the creation condition of divinity. Human divinity is our God-given individual liberties by which we co-create well-being and prosperity for all without harm to any. This is the very antithesis of government, political, legislative policies which relentlessly seek to annihilate that divinity wherever possible by entrapping humankind into an inescapable and unpayable debt and dependency on corporate charity. Humanity's future depends on truth-speaking. So the direction in which the Council here pushes this proposal will illustrate clearly its intentions, both personally and professionally, towards the ratepayers of this district. Thank you.
Kia ora, Susan, thank you. Councillor, is there any questions of that submission? No, Susan, thank you very much. Appreciate it. The next submitter is David Farmer. David, welcome. David, the microphone in front of you is on, so the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. I thought Susan had robbed me of some of my minutes, but seemingly not. There's a North English saying of fine words, butter no parsnips, and looking through the proposed benefits here to the Wisco, I remain very unconvinced. And as Susan has already indicated, this is a glossy brochure that seems to be pushing Selwyn opinion in one particular direction, and it remains to me very unconvincing. We've been through the Three Waters debacle in this country, and I thought, probably naively, that we may have put that behind us, but I don't think we have. And a Wisco, to me, really is just another method of pushing water and commodifying water away from the people, the tangata whenua, the people of the land. And I am tangata whenua. I am a person of this land. I own a farm. I get very few services from council for the rates that I pay. But nevertheless, what I do not wish is for this council to borrow money on the strength of the value of my property. It's all very well saying it increases our borrowing ability, but quite frankly, I do not want you borrowing money on my behalf. Thank you very much. An increased debt indebts everybody in this district, and we get buried by debt. And this council will bury every one of us by debt if we're not careful. Now, I really do question sometimes, are you really representing ratepayers? we've had exorbitant increases of rates in a time when we're supposedly in a cost of living crisis. And I really ask the question of councillors, who are you really representing here? All of us regular people have to tighten our belts if we can't meet our budgets. We have no other method of doing it, and yet the council doesn't seem to operate on that principle. And so for me, Wisco is a commodification. I think it's very timely. We've had the debacle in Wellington to illustrate the potential of where this can go, even for Selwyn. And I, furthermore, really do not want any more increased borrowing on behalf of ratepayers in this district. We have enough debt. To push it out further is just insult to injury. And so I would argue very strongly against any A, further borrowing, B, going into a Wisco, and I would ask that this council start to listen to the people, the regular people. And my final question is, what does this sort of decision that rushes ahead of government legislation, what does council really hope to achieve here? Whose agenda really is this? Is this the political aspirations of a few on Selwyn District that furthers their own political careers? Why on earth would we rush ahead of legislation here? That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Kia ora, David. Thank you. No questions from any councillors? No. The next presenter we have is Steve Garbutt. Steve, thank you for your written submission that councils have in front of them, and today's an opportunity for you to raise anything new or highlight any points within that submission that you'd like, and the microphone in front of you is on. If you wouldn't mind just reaching over to the microphone beside you, just so we don't get feedback in that other chair. Thank you. Floor's yours.
Thank you. So my name is Steve Garbutt. I live in Rolleston, and I have a background of 30 years as a civil engineer in the infrastructure sector. My simple message is that I do not believe that the consultation has made a strong enough case to support moving from an in-house delivery to a WSCCO solution. As a single authority, I do not see the evidence of the genuine benefits that justify the significant additional cost that ratepayers would need to pay for. I've noted my reasons in 4 headings as per the slides. Obviously don't have time to talk to all of the points, but as you can see there, I've just itemised them into the key reasons. So under value for money, my main point is that as a single authority, I do not believe it's in ratepayers' interest to set up and pay for a separate organisation. I cannot conceive that having an additional entity and duplicating a number of administrative functions that council already deliver represents good value. It smacks of complexity and unnecessary cost, with no certainty that a CCO would deliver better value for money. The comments in red on the slide are the council's own feedback to government on the new water legislation. So it seems highly contradictory of council to tell government that they are promoting complexity and cost and then put forward a proposal to implement exactly that for our district. The additional cost over the next 10 years to each urban household is supposedly going to be offset by savings after 2034. There are no guarantees that these savings will be realised, and quite frankly, there are so many variables over that next decade that I have no confidence that we will ever actually see those materialise. Secondly, I believe strong asset management is an essential ingredient of delivering the right proposition for our communities. Selwyn District has younger assets than most other councils. And yes, we do have critical assets that need urgent replacement or maintenance. And we have a lot of developers that need upgrades in capacity to accommodate that future growth. But I believe that strong prioritisation of what's needed can be locked into a realistic water services delivery plan. We do not need to borrow more money and increase the cost of debt to speed up these programs. The in-house delivery model, if run correctly with good asset management principles and controls, is the right solution. I also highlight the contradiction in the council's own response again to government, where they fed back to government that that the government is looking to limit community-informed decision-making. Strong in-house asset management that's in touch with community need, not 3 steps removed under a CCO, is what will allow us to have genuine community-informed solutions. My final point on strong asset management is that council need to do more to ensure that it secures contributions from developers. We've missed out, I think, on a lot of development contributions in the past, and we need to do more to make sure that they pay for the increase in capacity in the future. Efficiency. So my main point around efficiency is if we borrow more money to do work and deliver, to do more and deliver faster, it does not guarantee greater efficiency. There's a good chance that bigger programs and more dollar spend will be inefficient. We need stronger procurement practices, contractors who deliver quality and execute works effectively, and the in-house delivery team with proper controls and oversight over their delivery programs is the best way to ensure efficiency over the next 2 or more decades. Not trying to pack in all of the work in 1 decade and make a hash of it. Communities need the work to be planned and sensitively delivered to ensure water service levels are maintained and uplifted as per the legislation, and that impacts across the district in terms of traffic disruption do not become an epic nightmare. Surely the in-house integration of water and transport functions will better deliver coordinated works than splitting off water from the council. This is exactly the same argument council has used to retain stormwater and land drainage as not being included in the CCO, which is a contradiction, as again the council gave its own response to government that it promotes, that the legislation is promoting overlap and inefficiency requirements, and we seem to be repeating that in the CCO proposal. Let's not make the job harder than it is. My final bullet on accountability. I don't see how the WSCCO Board of Professional Practitioners will be properly accountable to communities. They may be focused on doing the right thing for water assets, but this needs to be balanced against community need and what ratepayers can afford. Both elements are several steps removed with a CCO. And again, council's own feedback to government was that the legislation would limit local decision making. So this is a perfect example of where and how we don't want to do that. So final point from me, do not believe that the consultation has provided the detailed information that we need to answer some key questions. There simply is not enough information there. I realise that the council's officers have a lot more information than has been made available to us, and that the consultation can't possibly put all this information into the public domain. But what's been presented is extremely light on detail. So is lacking depth and foundation to give a strong case for a WSCCO. My final comment is that I hope and expect that the council will accept the consultation response from ratepayers, which overwhelmingly seems to support sticking with an in-house delivery, but that has to be an efficient in-house delivery, and I do accept that the current provisions need to have a big shake-up. Thank you.
Kia ora, Steve. Thank you for that. There's a question from Megan.
Yes, kia ora. So, my question's, given your background and your experience and your work experience, and a lot of your presentation focused on efficiency. There's efficiency in both models, right? So from an operation and management perspective, there's efficiency in both for different reasons. But if you think about governance, if we were to have a team of governors that were specific to water services and who had knowledge and skills of that industry, then do you think that they would be able to get better efficiencies being so focused from a governance lens?
Possibly, they could. I guess the issue for me is where are we going to find these people? I mean, there are potentially 40 to 45 local authority, water authorities are going to be set up across the country who are all going to need these skills to be taken forward. So how do we guarantee we can't just magic up these people to suddenly make the governance of the way that we do water service delivery better? We already have some of the ingredients in council. I believe we do have some strong people in council to actually kind of manage the processes going forward. So I believe that the in-house, a pumped-up delivery model in-house can be just as effective as a CCO.
Yeah, and I was trying to really just weigh up if you've got just a governance lens here where you've got a table of councillors and not removing the expertise in the room. Majority of us are elected or appointed in my case, and if you've got a team of governors that are all directors, professional directors with particular skills that you might want to pick to bring in, then it could particularly add to some efficiencies that you've put forward.
Yep, absolutely. I don't deny that those skills could assist and should still be, even through an in-house delivery model. We should probably tap into some of that expertise, but a CCO would bring that. I guess my issue is how we're going to get the right people. We're not going to magic them up. The whole country is in need of that.
Yeah, no, that's really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. And Elizabeth?
Just on flowing from what Megan said, to have that kind of level of service and to go around the different councils, do we need, as we have at the moment, where we just bring consultants on an as-is-needed basis for particular projects? Because as you mentioned, we've already done well with our water assets and our infrastructure to this point. So do you see from being part of the industry that would be an effective model to use, where we just bring people on board when there's some clarity required? Because obviously there's this case of whether there's business as usual or how much we're going to upscale. We don't know because the legislation hasn't come up. There might not be as much significant change once we receive that legislation for our particular community.
Yeah, I think we need to co-opt some skill sets. I think consulting or bringing on consultants who are not properly invested in the solution and are usually extremely expensive is not best value for money either. So I do think, where we've got the right people in the industry, we need to bring them on board in a way that is not just people charging us an hourly rate to kind of add professionalism or skill sets. We actually need people invested in the long term for the solution to our district, and that may be through co-opted provision of resource that might be working across a number of water service delivery platforms or CCOs.
Thank you very much, Steve. Appreciate your expertise being brought to the discussion today. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you.
The next presenter is Ken May. Ken. Ken, thank you for your written submission, which councillors have read and have in front of them. If you have anything that you'd like to highlight from that or bring any new information to our attention today, this is the opportunity. And the microphone, in front of you is on, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening. Good afternoon. I'm a grey-haired old man who lives in Kirwee, and I'm quite happy to be a grey-haired old man. But I also have a limited income, and I can't see that this what do you call it, a WESCO, is going to offer any benefits to the ratepayers of Selwyn at all. Basically, we're looking at a system that is going to have management, it's going to have bloated salaries, it's going to have staff, it's going to have vehicles, and they're all going to add to the costs that the ratepayers are paying for. Already we can see Cord with 5 engineers turning up at a site with 5 vehicles, all coming from the same direction, and when they've finished their job, they all head back in the same direction in their 5 vehicles. We see them towing horse floats, we see them towing caravans. It's a nonsense. We see them filling up on Friday night and then again on Sunday night. Who's paying for that? This is all about the ratepayers. We're not thinking about the ratepayers, what the affordability of having this WESCO thing is. Strong asset management should be coming from this council. The direction should be coming from the councillors who are elected. And it should be, all the design and everything of these water services should be coming from within council staff. And I just do not see any benefits whatever of having another Quango dumped on us. And I'd like you to think very carefully about that before you vote for this WESCO system, if that is your thinking. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Ken. Questions from any councillors? No? It's a clear submission, Ken. We appreciate your time coming here this afternoon. The next presenter is Graham Young. Graham, kia ora. Yeah, we're running ahead of time. You happy to go now? Keith's on his way. Are you happy to go now? Yeah, great. Graham, thanks for your written submission that councillors have read and have in front of them, and this afternoon's an opportunity to hear any emphasis you'd like placed on particular points you've raised or to bring anything new to our attention. The microphone in front of you is on and the floor's yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name's Graham Young. I'm a ratepayer here in Rolleston. I've been here since 2017, moved down from Whangarei to be with family here in this community. We came to Selwyn because we didn't want to be part of Christchurch and all that entails. And when I've listened to the talkback radio and people promoted a giant city, I've rung back and said, I've got a better idea. Get rid of Christchurch and let Selwyn and Huranui run the area. I've never had a response. However, I picked this document up a week and 1 day ago, and I read it. My background is 40 years of pastoral ministry. So I look at this document completely differently from anything I've heard today. And I've been overawed by the expertise and the qualifications of the people that have spoken. And they're way above my head, which this document was also. Because the first thing that really struck me was the language. And so my submission to you today in the secular hall of power is to address the issues of language. My first point is that instead of using spiritual terms to promote your decisions, and that is made very clear on the last page of this document. Instead of using spiritual terms to promote your decisions and strategies for water, would you please use scientific, rational language? If I go outside and allow the rain to fall on my head, what is falling on my head? H2O or some spiritual entity? The language used in the document is very confusing and I think pointing towards huge amount of debt. By its definition, water is a compound of oxygen and hydrogen with highly distinctive physical and chemical properties, not a spiritual entity. When in the halls of power, using spiritual language to define scientific matters looks weak and irrelevant. My second point is that I understand there are over 300 staff currently working for this council. I don't know whether that's right or not. Does anyone know? Over 500. Oh, okay, over 500. All right. Working for the council. And I wonder, why would you want to add more staff salaries since you are claiming you need to increase our rates to cover current expenses? It will be us, the ratepayers, who will have to pay for developing this new model of water delivery. And I think you're doing a great job now. I am not sure, as a pensioner on a fixed income, how I am going to afford your increase. I'm wondering why, if the system isn't broke, why are we so insistent on fixing it and making us pay more for it? We do not have an endless amount of resources, either as individuals or even as a council. You are not sitting on a bottomless bucket. My third point is the language used on page 11, which is the page that really alerted me. In your document, it is very complicated, and for someone like me, and perhaps others, to understand it, I wonder if you could use plain language when writing up any future proposals. I've read this page, not all of it, to other people, and they say, what does it mean? A plain language document would greatly improve your communication to your community and lower the frustration levels felt by many of us. I would challenge you to read out loud the bottom paragraph in the first column on page 11 and see if the listener understands what is written there. My final point is regarding the wastewater. With increased traffic in Rolleston, adding to water pollution on our narrow, congested roads, it's obvious how no provision has been made for electric commuter trams, which would assist with the quality of wastewater coming off the streets. Surely providing wider roads with light rail possibilities with adequate drainage would improve traffic flow while reducing wastewater pollution. Such provisions would help prepare Rolleston for future growth. The less water we waste, the more we have to use. Graham Young. Thank you.
Kia ora, Graham. Thank you for that. I have a question from Shane.
Kia ora, Sam. Tēnā koe Keith. Ko Shane e piha tōku ingoa. Ngā mana whenua te parawhau a whangarei. What does your hat mean to you?
This one.
What's written on it?
E tu tangata. Stand together.
Thank you.
Thanks, Shane. Graham, that's no further questions. We appreciate you coming and sharing your views with us and re-emphasising your points. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillors, the next submitters are not here yet, so we'll adjourn the meeting and if I could ask you to stay in the room and we'll start the meeting once either Keith Tague or Nikki Chippendale arrive. Thank you. Keith, you're our next speaker. Keith, thank you for your submission to us. The written submission's been read by councillors, and appreciate the points that you've made. And this afternoon's an opportunity for you to highlight anything further or go back over some of the points that you've raised in your previous submission. If I could get you just to press the right-hand button on that microphone in front of you, that'll turn it on, and the floor's yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hey, thank you very much for listening to me. Problem is, actually, you're probably going to ask questions, and I probably haven't got enough research worse luck because, man, there's so much I've got to do to it. But it doesn't matter. I still feel strongly, and I still want to put the point forward. So obviously, I'd like to support, keeping the delivery of the services in-house. Okay, is my opinion. But obviously, as saving necessary extra, set-up expenses for the Water Services Control Organisation. You've said that it isn't. Approximately a $2 million setup fee, that's approximate. You say it gives long-term efficiencies, but I've got to be fair to say I've never ever seen that as such. And you could probably show me where it has happened, but majority says that is not the case. Okay. So coordination between flooding management and planning, keeping control of cooperation with the Southern Council staff, which are experienced. Okay, why would you split out to identities when you have experience in each of these fields currently working together, as opposed to two different organisations? It doesn't seem right how you're trying to set up another organisation when you've got your own expertise in the system already. Okay. Okay, focus Southern District Council on value for money, spending not having a higher credit limit, which I am led to believe, and I guess to be correct, this could be as high as 500% of a higher interest rate, which you guys don't set. So that is set by outside your control. That is very, very concerning. Southern District Council needs to focus on, like private companies or, private individuals, where they need to prioritise on efficiencies as opposed to unnecessary debt level. And we've already seen, what happens with debt level. It gets out of control, and then, well, in your case, you can just put it onto the ratepayer. My concern is my rates are too high for what I'm getting when I look back over the years of what I got for my rates and what the council did and didn't do. Okay, you say that's probably legislation by government. Okay, and look, the final one is efficiency. Finally, the retaining local control. Look, I just want to point out something. In 2002, I was blessed enough to go to Zambia, and what I want to say is just, this is interesting here. This is an outside company did something, and I'm talking World Vision here, set up in African countries 2 well drilling rigs to turn around and put wells and tanks in areas for locals for a better water system, and the health changed in these villages went up 80%. The health of people for having fresh drinking water. I was working in an orphanage at the time. It was over there. Well, actually, I was working in a sawmill, but it was the sawmill money run the orphanage. Anyway, by and by, they had one of these massive tanks on it. And at the time, a guy from World Vision was on there, and it's interesting, he just said to me, there was 2 well drilling rigs that pointed out, and they were in Botswana at the time, putting wells in. And anyway, by and by, the long and short it was, what did surprise me was I see turn around and says, this part of World Vision went bankrupt 2 years ago, And then I sort of think, well, hold on, how come it's still going if it went bankrupt? So I said, well, what do you mean by that? He says, well, this department, they said to everywhere they went, you will not need to worry about it. We will run this for you. We'll maintain it. You'll just get clean drinking water. The problem is the maintenance was horrific because the people had no idea what they were doing. All they expected to do is whatever, open the tap and the water come out. And when it didn't, they got very angry because it took a long time before anyone could turn up to do maintenance on it. And the issues of where it was. Anyway, bye-bye. So they decided what to do. They would give it back to the people and say, righto, we don't own it anymore, you own it. They couldn't believe it, what happened. The whole thing changed, and it's interesting. So a figure of 8%, this figure comes up all the time, so 8% of the water systems failed. 92% were totally successful. Why? Because the people in these areas owned it themselves. They wanted to know, they could see the advantage. But when it wasn't working and left to someone else, they turned around and walked away and went back to the old system. So what I'm saying to that is leave it as close as you can to the people that are right there, as opposed to, look, I'm in the fire service, and which run from Wellington now under fire emergency. And we are so lucky to have a good fire system in New Zealand. However, what do they know could change in a place called Springfield, Sheffield, Darfield? I'll just go right for out here. They have no idea. Yet we're trying to tell them that, and they just make decisions for us. So what I'm saying to that is, it was better, probably, I'll go way, way back, when the actual Sound Council originally had the overseer of the fire services. You know, I'm going to not quite say that completely, because when I went to fire rescue, it was very still well run, you know. But anyway, by and by, the more they centralised it, the worse the whole problem's got. So what I'm going to say to that is this is not a stepping stone to go to the next stage, to back to free waters, should I say, sorry. But anyway, by and by, so that is my opinion, and, you know, yeah, I'll try and answer questions, but like I say, the problem is I haven't done too much research at the moment because I've got so many other things on.
Keith, that was a really great submission. You don't worry about being nervous or presenting to us around information. We're here to listen to your points of view, so we appreciate you coming down and sharing that with us.
No, thanks, Sam. But I mean to say, but if a question's asked, then I'm supposed to know the answer to it. And the thing is, I haven't found enough information, but I've got a heart, and
I think good for you. Oh, there is a question. Oh, you were nearly going to get away, but Elizabeth does have one for you. This is Elizabeth.
She's a top lady, that one.
I'm gonna cheat, and it's gonna be a statement.
Yes.
I'm gonna say that story about you going into Africa. I just want to say I really love that part of your submission.
Yeah, no,
And it brings the heart of what you were saying back to us, which is our local decisions are best done by the people who are able to talk to those who are making the decisions.
Thanks,
thank
thanks,
you.
Elizabeth. Thank you, Keith. We appreciate your time today.
Do you want me to turn this off?
I'll leave it on, and the next person can come and sit down with it. Next up, we have Nadine Butcher, and Nadine is presenting Nikki Chippendale's submission as well as her own. Nadine, I'll let you choose whichever order you want to.
Nikki's first. I've only read it once, so.
Cool. The microphone in front of you is on, and the floor's yours.
Okay. Right. Submission on why water services should be kept in-house and not transferred to WCCO, Selwyn District Council, Nikki Chippendale. Introduction. The provision of water service is a vital public responsibility that directly impacts the health and safety and well-being of our community. The idea of transferring water services to the Water Care Service organisation under the Selwyn District Council is opposed in its entirety. There are significant reasons why water services should remain in-house and not be handed over to an external organisation. This submission outlines key points to support keeping water services within our local authorities' direct management and control. Number 1, local accountability and transparency. One of the most crucial aspects of local government is the accountability it holds to its residents. When water services are managed directly by the Selwyn District Council, there is a clear line of communication between service users and decision makers. This should promote transparency and allow the local residents to voice their concern directly to those responsible for the services they rely on. Transferring water services to WCCO will reduce direct oversight and accountability, as it could be managed by an external body not fully engaged with local issues or responsive to the specific needs of our community. In-house management allows for more direct access to decision makers and better transparency in how funds are allocated and services are delivered. Number 2, local control over service quality. By maintaining water services in-house, the Selwyn District Council has greater control over the quality and reliability of these essential services. With the Council's direct involvement, there is an ongoing commitment to maintain high standards responding quickly to issues and investing in long-term infrastructure planning that aligns with the community needs. An external body like WCCO will lack a deep understanding of local community, resulting in further disconnect between the quality of the services provided and the specific requirements of residents. Water services are best managed by those who live and work in the community, as they are more likely to invest in sensible practices and ensure that services meet the expectations of the people they serve. Number 3, efficiency and cost effectiveness. In-house management of water services allows for better control over costs and resource allocation. The Selwyn District Council can make decisions based on local priorities and needs, avoiding potential inefficiencies that can arise from outsourcing. Additionally, keeping water services within the council ensures that revenue generated from these services stays within the local area and should be reinvested into improving the infrastructure rather than being siphoned off to a private external organisation. Outsourcing water services to an organisation such as WCCO will lead to increased costs due to administrative overhead, potential profit margins and external management costs. By keeping services in-house, the council will ensure that money is spent effectively, with the goal of reducing rates for residents and providing more value for money. 4, protection of local jobs. Local governments have a responsibility to create and maintain jobs for their residents. By keeping water services in-house, Selwyn District Council should be supporting local employment, providing meaningful careers in the public sector. These jobs can also help develop a skilled workforce that is familiar with the specific needs of the district, contributing to strong local economy. Outsourcing water services to Outsourcing water services to external organisations such as WCCO will potentially lead to job losses or the displacement of local workers, which can have negative social and economic impacts on the community. Conclusion. The Selwyn District Council has years of managing essential services for its residents and should have the necessary expertise and accountability mechanisms in place to continue delivering high-quality water services. Outsourcing these services to WCCO would reduce local control, increase costs, and potentially lead to negative impacts on service quality and local jobs. For the benefit of our community, I strongly urge the Council to retain management of water services in-house. By doing so, we can continue to ensure that water services remain accountable, efficient, and responsive to the needs of the people who rely on them every day. Recommendations. Number 1, retain water services under the direct management of Selwyn District Council. 2, strengthen community engagement and transparency around water services. 3, continue to sensibly invest in a long-term infrastructure planning to ensure the future needs of the water services. By keeping water services in-house, the Selwyn District Council can ensure that the community remains at the heart of decision-making and that water services continue to meet the highest standards of quality, affordability and sustainability. That's from Nikki Chippendale.
Kia ora, thank you for that. We won't ask you any questions on that submission.
Sure. I just grab a drink. A lot of words there. How'd I go for time?
That was great. You're only a little bit over. You've got 5 minutes. You've got your own submission, so yeah, full time for you.
Yep, cool. So I think you were handed out some paperwork that I prepared.
Yes, so I'll just say, councillors, this is submission number 142. So this is Nadine. It was due at 5:10 p.m. today, but is done it earlier, just so if you need to find the paperwork for this particular submission. Thank you, Nadine. You carry on.
Cool. Urgent concerns about your water done well and its impact on Selwyn families, and why I'm currently opposed to the transition from in-house to WSCCO. Dear councillors, I've lived in Selwyn for 14 years and my husband's family for over 100. This is our home, and what happens to our water and sewage affects us all. I'm here today because I'm deeply concerned about your Water Done Well proposal and the long-term impact it will have, not just on ratepayers, but your own families, children and future generations. Firstly, lack of transparency and a rushed consultation. I first learned about this proposal through social media by a post by Councillor Elizabeth Munt, who had arranged a meeting for the residents of Selwyn, and then a post by Selwyn District Council for a drop-in session at Leaston, which I attended both. However, I found the drop-in session very pro the WSCCO, as if they were trying to sell it to me and underrating the current system. Having just 2 weeks for 80,000 residents to learn about this proposal and to respond, I felt was nowhere near enough time for a decision that will impact our water services for generations. The consultation document lacks meaningful detail. It presents a broad vision rather than a well-supported plan and appears biased in favour of the WSCCO, implying that the Selwyn District Council is incapable of managing our own water services. Worse, the government's legislation on this issue has not even been finalised, so how can Selwyn District councillors and how can the residents make an informed decision when the full legal framework is still uncertain? Who will really control the WSCCO? The name Water Services Council controlled ownership is portraying the council will be running it. Ownership of assets may remain in the council's hands, but the water delivery model will be handed to an external body controlled by non-councillors who residents can't vote out. Other districts have chosen to keep local control, so why is Selwyn being pushed to go first? Misleading financial projections. The numbers in the consultation document, page 18, are misleading. It is missing data. It shows 3 years, then jumps to the final year, 2033 to 34. When you see the full data, rates jump 30% in 1 year, then rises $33, then miraculously stays flat for 5 years. This distorts the data to make the in-house model look worse. And what does partial offset in general rate charges mean? It is very vague, and what model does it apply to and why? It is not quantified, so it does not help in making any comparison. Why is the 10% compliance cost only added to the current in-house LT plan and not the WSCCO model? If we can't trust the numbers, how can we trust the decision-making process? These rising costs won't just affect ratepayers, they'll impact renters, families, pensioners and businesses. A house in my street just went up for a rent at $610 a week. People are already struggling and these increases will only make things worse. Selwyn deserves a say, not a rushed decision. Selwyn is one of New Zealand's fastest growing districts with modern water infrastructure already in place due to new and future subdivisions, and Selwyn District Council already has experts in the water and sewerage area. As per your team at that meeting in Leaston, they said they would be transferring those experts over to the WSCCO. So why rush into drastic and uncertain change when our system is working? Given these concerns, I urge the Selwyn District Council to extend the consultation period so all 40,000 plus ratepayers can engage meaningfully after legislation is finalised. Provide a transparent and unbiased comparison of both models with accurate financial projections. Let the people decide through a public referendum rather than rushing into an irreversible decision. This affects your families, not just ratepayers. We need a transparent, democratic decision, not a rushed one. Thank you for your time. I hope you'll stand up for transparency, fairness and the future of your families and our community.
Kia ora, Nadine. Thank you for presenting that to us today. Question from Megan.
Yeah, kia ora. I only have one question, and really it's probably unfair for me to ask this of you because I've heard it a number of times today, a whole lot of submitters saying this isn't legislation yet, it's just a bill, and there's no Act of Parliament, but there are Acts of Parliament that have actually directed us to be able to look at this, And there's been consecutive acts of Parliament, including repeal of the last act. And so, being a lawyer myself, I sit here and I go, where's the disconnect? Where is it coming from that people... I understand there's the third bill that's going through Parliament at the moment, but there's consecutive legislation that's already passed, that's directed us here already. So,
it's still not. Is it totally finalised?
It is directing us into models, yes. So I'm not quite sure where is that coming from? Where's this information or belief?
I don't know. I just know that I just saw it was not finalised completely.
Right.
Like set in and the modelling.
Right. Maybe
presented the modelling.
Maybe in our consultation document, I'll go back and read it to see if we gave some impression somehow, because I'm hearing it a bit today. So, yeah.
Okay.
But okay, thank you.
Thank you, Megan and Elizabeth.
Thank you. Look, you've done a really fantastic job with these graphs over here. Just having a look at some of these rating examples that you've given, that you've done on the front. Is this relating to, so you've got general rates, is this your rates bill in particular, or have you just taken it off
No,
the
I've
data?
taken my rates bill, taken the sewage and water off, and then estimated a 14% rise just in general rates, and then done the calculations off of that. Part of the WSCCO had the same information for 5 years, so I didn't feel that was presenting correct data. I don't know why it could be flatlined for 5 years.
Yeah. So even with that, the cost that you've got here in 8 years' time, you're going to be paying over $12,000 for your rates. And then, yeah, basically there's no rate set in 8 years' time for under $12,000 up. Potentially one of yours was potentially wondering if we get to over 15,000. Can you explain, I guess, to give us, if this is based on your rates bill, are you on a farm, large land, or ordinary house? Like,
No,
just give an indication of what you're getting for that. What are you getting for your $12,000?
Not a lot. I mean, we've been there 14 years. It started off at like $2,600 a year for rates. I suppose they've done a bit of the sewage work or the water.
It's a townhouse, no land.
No, it's just a house on a quarter of an acre, 1,200 square metres. Yep.
Cool. Thank you, Nadine, for clarifying those questions from our councillors. We appreciate your time coming down today to present both those submissions. And thank you for giving us your voice.
Thank you.
Sorry, Sam.
Oh, sorry. There's another question if you're okay with that, Deborah?
Yeah, sure.
No, it was just some, I guess, a clarification with regards to page 3 of our consultation document. Have you had an opportunity to read page 3 of our consultation
I
document?
have, but I left the book at home.
Okay. The reason why I'm bringing it up is it actually explains setting the scene with regards to the process, and I guess I just wondered whether it was actually that clear for all the submitters to understand, you know, the process that this bill is going through. That's all, with regards to the way that it's worded with the timeline on setting the scene. So that's why I asked, have you brought your book with you? Or
No, I didn't. I actually left it at home. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Nadine. The next presenter is Liwa Doubleday. This is submission number 336. Thank you very much for coming down this afternoon and sharing your views with us. We've got your written submission in front of us and has been read by councillors, so this afternoon's an opportunity for you to highlight anything in there or raise any new matters you'd like with us. The microphone in front of you is on at the moment, so the floor's yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity. Look, I'll probably make a couple of points. I would be surprised, personally, if you create a CCO, whether the cost of that CCO will be cheaper in the long run. I'll just give you an example, and I'll give you lots of examples in the submissions. But you think about it: you appoint your own new chief executive, you appoint your own new financial officer, an administration officer.
somebody to run the operations, it's just pure duplication of what you already have in part here. I don't imagine that the chief executive is going to say, look, actually, I've lost a third of my core business. It's been done by somebody else. I'll take a pay cut. Thanks very much. It's not going to happen. And it's the same, you know, with you guys. You're all doing your job, and you're going to have some other group do the job, and they're going to be paid for it. You're going to have people billing for rates, potentially. People managing a system. There's going to be just about at every level of the operation there'll be some duplication. And in the meantime, what you've lost is the integration that you currently have, and the ability for people in various parts of the organisation to work together to get the best product for the ratepayers. So one thing I would say is that on the current model, the council appears to have done a good job. In fact, you know, I don't think you have a lot of debt, which I think is great. And I ask myself the question, you know, where is this council going to be if it continues to perform like it is in 100 years' time? Will you be in a position where you actually have investments or funds that will enable you to repay and refinance infrastructure that's been buried in the ground for 100 years and needs to be replaced? If you think about Wellington City, or if you think about Dunedin, for example, that's very old infrastructure, and it's time to pay. Now, if you haven't invested, you haven't set a rate that is going to accumulate a fund that will pay for that, you've done us all a disservice. And debt is not the answer to that question. Because if you get debt, you have to pay the debt first, and then you have to pay for the asset. So I really urge you to think very, very seriously about whether or not debt is as attractive as you think it is, as it appears from the consultation document. I make the point again that on the face of it, you appear to have done things well. And if that's the case, run with what you've got. The system ain't broke. And there's no reason in terms of the legislation that's currently on foot that you need to set up a CCO. You can do it in-house. The legislation allows you to do that. So again, I'd stick to the knitting. The Commerce Commission, when it comes into play, if you look at what it does, say, for example, for electricity lines companies, it will require a higher degree of accountability and a higher degree of disclosure. Already your existing reporting structures will allow you to achieve that. You'll have to employ more resources. That's no two ways about that. But it's true for whatever model you choose. So I think you shouldn't see it as, you shouldn't see a CCO as being something as attractive. I would make the point that you've said that it would give you better governance. Well, maybe that's true. But what does it say about what you're doing currently? It's almost like you're saying, actually, we're incompetent, and we need somebody who's incompetent to do it, who is competent to do it. And I don't think that's necessarily true. I mean, people might moan about councillors and council, but in the end, if you look at the water stuff, actually it's pretty good. And it's new stuff, and that's why I say set a rate for the future that will pay for it in 100 years' time. And trust me, it'll be a big bill, and so you need to have investments that will cover it, and don't borrow. We're going in New Zealand and in the world to very uncertain times. It's not prudent. If you're a householder, get rid of your debt. If you're a country, get rid of your debt. It's a pretty easy mantra. Any questions?
Thank you for that. Shane.
Thank you very much for your submission, and politics aside. You've mentioned that the infrastructure is young. Would you agree?
Oh, I agree.
And that then in 25 years, that infrastructure would be new, ready for replacement or renewal?
Probably 75. Look, put it this way. You stick a pipe in the ground, how long is it going to last? It's not like a lines company where, you've got stuff above ground. You stick a pipe in the ground and you want it to be there for 100 years, maybe 75 years. And sure, you might have to tweak stuff around the edges, but when you dig that pipe up, that's going to be one awesome cost, and you've got to be ready for it. Wellington is not ready for it. Auckland is struggling. Dunedin will have a massive problem. You guys are starting out. Don't screw it up. That's all I'm saying. Don't screw it up.
What other mechanisms then? You mentioned investment in order to plan for these exorbitant costs into the future. We know that the costs will be insurmountable from all today's standards. Aside from investments, obviously needing capital to forecast that cost into the future, what other mechanisms then can you recommend a council take in order to pay that likely renewal and maintenance into the future?
Well, already, according to your plan, you set a rate, but you also have capital contributions for, development contributions for new subdivisions and the like. And so that obviously funds a considerable amount of new stuff. And it may be that you have to borrow a little bit, but seriously, the way the consultation document was put, it places such a premium on the attractiveness of having a 500% or whatever it was figure for debt that you could borrow. I mean, this is unreal. You don't want to go there. It would be really unhelpful in the long run.
Final question from Sophie.
Yeah, kia ora. Thank you very much, sir. Really enjoyed reading your submission, by the way. It was really detailed and well set out, so thank you for that.
Thank you.
I was just going to ask, and this isn't, regarding the governance of potential WSCCOs, I think what they're getting at in the legislation is that when we go for election at local bodies, every 3 years you never know what you're going to get. So I'd like to think that we do a pretty good job at the moment. We've got some excellent staff who guide the decisions as well, and then we make the decisions, after sometimes some interesting debates. But at the same time, we don't have a single accountant or chartered engineer around the table, and the only lawyer we have has been appointed by our local runaga. So I guess the point there is you never quite know what you're going to get, and my question is, how do you see that as from a risk basis? Like, do you trust that there will always be decent people being elected and that sort of thing?
You could always appoint former mayors, but or former councillors. But the point I'd make about that is that in a governance role, it's about contestability of advice. And if you haven't got the advice, or you're unsure about the advice that you're receiving in-house, then you can get advice. That's your role. You don't have to appoint professional people. If we, although in some cases it might be desirable, but I'll just make the point that if you adopted that approach, you'd say to yourselves here, and you're running a multi-million-dollar business, what are we doing here? If you think you've got the capability to make the calls and get advice when you need it, you're doing okay. Does that sort of make sense? Does it answer your question? The other thing I'd say to you is that the Commerce Commission, when they regulate, they will prescribe at quite a detailed level what you have to focus on. And you've got the advantage that your starting position is just enormous. It's just superb. And that you compare that with Auckland, Dunedin, just about any other city in New Zealand, and they will be struggling. And their position will be not as good as yours. And so, all I say is, don't screw it up.
Thank you very much for bringing that perspective to our discussion today. I appreciate it.
Cheers. Thanks.
The next presenter is Delwyn McKenzie. Councillors, this is submission number 328. And Delwyn, thank you for the written submission that we've received and councillors have read. And this afternoon's a chance for you to expand on anything in there or bring anything new you'd like, or highlight the things that you've already told us. The microphone in front of you is on and the floor's yours.
Thank you. And thank you for this opportunity to express my thoughts on the Council's plans for Selwyn District water in the future. Well, after reading the first page of Local Water Done Well, I have two serious concerns about the proposals, and this is the reason for my first ever submission to a local council of any description. So firstly, any intention to take decisions for our local water from council to an unelected, unknown group of experts is too vague a risk for me. After reading a few paragraphs of the consultation document, I had to actually return to the beginning of it often enough just to remind myself what a WSCCO was. For those who might have forgotten, the Water Services Council Controlled Organisation, which was just a mouthful to get my head around anyway. This group, according to the consultation document, would be the one to determine the cost of water to ratepayers and the risk of misappropriation of funds in this self-governing body would be too high, in my opinion. I found out after I made my submission to the Selwyn District Council that the Christchurch City Council also shares my opinion. On their website they say, and I quote, "Why the in-house model is our proposal. The in-house model offers a balanced approach that meets regulatory requirements, ensures financial sustainability and maintains local accountability." I like that last bit. By choosing this model, Christchurch can capitalise on its existing strengths, preserve direct community involvement, and seamlessly coordinate water services with other council responsibilities. End quote. So why can't Selwyn District Council do the same? And secondly, the possibility of going into debt further to fund this proposal into the unknown future of a Water Services Council-controlled organisation is of huge concern to me. I think the current fact that the council is limited to borrowing up to 280% of its revenue is bad enough. To propose pushing that out to up to 500% through the new proposal is, in my view, very poor budgeting of ratepayers' hard-earned cash. Speaking of hard-earned cash, my husband and I of 43 years' marriage have 3 children and 6 grandchildren. For at least 90% of those 43 years, we have lived on a combined family income lower than the average New Zealand household. At a time of unemployment, we even saved money on the dole. Now we own 3 properties in different jurisdictions. All of them are mortgage-free because we have always lived by the adage to cut our coat according to our cloth. Simply put, we don't spend what we don't have. Whenever we did have a mortgage, we worked to get rid of it as soon as practically possible to avoid huge interest payments. Well, this has worked well for us, and while our children are working to do the same with their families, they have the added burden that we didn't have of a student debt to manage as well. The growing costs of rates from local councils is going to be challenge enough for the next generation to own a home, and this is why I'm here today. I'm speaking for them. I would love my local council to act wisely and prudently with our money and work to use the current in-house water system well. Please don't create a debt for our children and grandchildren to inherit. And thank you for listening.
Good, thank you. Thank you for coming down this afternoon and sharing that with us. Is there a question from councillors to clarify anything? No, it's a very clear submission, so thank you for your time.
Thank you. Oh, wait, I have a question.
The next submitter is Helen Stephen.
I've got a question.
Oh, sorry. Hey, councillors, if we could just ask that you put your lights on if you have a question so that following the submitter, they're not waiting for process. So, Elizabeth?
Did you notice the rates increases? I can't remember which page it was in the document, but you obviously got the document and you saw the rates increases. You said you own a number of houses.
Yeah.
Are you able, with without increasing your rents to the people that are renting your properties at the moment, are you able to pay for those increases with all the costs going up from those properties?
I don't know at this point. Yeah, sorry, I don't know the answer to that question at the moment. Yeah. But what was the other lady saying? 12,000 something? I think, gracious, really? I know it's going up more than we should expect, I imagine. Yeah.
Thank you, Dylan. Appreciate that. The next presenter is Helen Stevenson, submission number 295. Kia ora, Helen, and welcome along to our hearings. Thank you very much for your written submission, and councillors have read that and have it in front of them. This afternoon's an opportunity for you to talk through anything and highlight things out of that submission or bring anything new to our attention that you'd like to. I think the microphone in front of you is still on, so the floor is yours.
Thank you, Sam. My name is Helen Stevenson. I live in West Melton. I'm a ratepayer and a voter. I am here today, very much out of my comfort zone, to express my real concern about the wisdom of the Council's preferred water option. I completely agree with Delwyn, the previous speaker, and my friend and colleague. You, the Council, must show fiscal responsibility and not load potentially enormous, uncontrolled debt repayments onto current and future generations of ratepayers. The money you have in your coffers is from us, residents, workers, and pensioners. All of us ratepayers. It is our money entrusted to you to be used for our collective benefit. It is your responsibility to use it wisely. Frivolous nice-to-haves, to quote the Prime Minister, is not spending wisely. A perfectly local example is the new bike path from West Melton to Wollaston. I travel that route frequently at different times and have never seen more than 6 people on it at any one time. A nice-to-have for sure, but a terrible misspend when potholes, crumbling road edges and flooding issues remain unfixed. Your priorities appear to be badly skewed. It is particularly concerning to have read, and I quote the Star News of 29/1/25, Broughton has previously said rates in Selwyn will become unaffordable in the next decade on current forecasts. Sam, surely your job, your prime responsibility is to make sure that rates do remain affordable by keeping control of spending and borrowing, especially for those of us on fixed incomes and the community services card. I do wonder how different your collective decisions might be if in fact you were all held personally liable for the repayment of this huge potential loan of, from page 13 of the consultation document, 500% of the total revenue, which is your preferred option. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. There are consequences for racking up unsustainable debt, and it is unethical to merely assume that ratepayers will foot the bill when it comes time to service that debt. We, the ratepayers, shouldn't have to be burdened by the council's and the mayor's grandiose plans and schemes, such as the proposed Alpine to Ocean bike path, where the cost estimate has almost doubled to 59 million since July 24. It is your responsibility to work out the solution to the government's water bill that doesn't require substantial outside funding or an increase in the excessive rate increases we are already enduring. I don't necessarily have many answers, but I do know you must stop wasteful spending on nice-to-haves, stop putting forward proposals that just increase and justify consultants and administrative expenses, and instead focus on your core job of providing the necessities. Surely one of the key responsibilities of a council is to manage the provision of water services to residents. So why are you proposing to outsource this to an organisation that will, to quote on page 11, operate independently, and page 13, will determine the water charge and will collect those payments? Isn't this abdicating your responsibility? It's also your responsibility to live with your means. Most mature adults strive to do this, and if we fail, there are unhappy, unpleasant consequences. Why shouldn't you, the council, be held to the same standard of fiscal responsibility and behaviour? Finally, the fact that your preferred option would be in the hands of a non-elected and therefore unaccountable to voters organisation is completely undemocratic, and as a committed voter, I vehemently oppose it. I do therefore totally support and expect the Selwyn Council to continue in-house water services. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Helen. A question from Megan.
Yes. Thank you for your submission. And you have focused on the debt aspect of it, and in the document saying that we could borrow up to 500%. And what we're dealing with the entity model is the Water Services Preliminary Arrangements Act rather than the bill. And that tells us that we have different entities that we may choose from, but they're pretty select and small. And it also tells us that moving forward, the Commerce Commission will be the economic regulator for water services. And so the Commerce Commission currently does that already for like electricity lines or gas pipelines where there's limited competition. And so I'm wondering if the messaging's got a bit skewed here about who will actually hold the local decision over funding and money, because the Commerce Commission will ultimately set what the operating expenses will be and the revenue and the charges. And so the 500 limit is potentially to enable that to be, if it raises for this district, it can potentially enable that to be spread over a longer period for future users rather than really hit our people over the next 10 years. And I just wondered, were you aware that the 500 isn't intended to be borrowed right now for services, but it's more of a protection for this district in the future?
I think I'm following on from two speakers who've put this very well, that taking on that sort of debt, regardless of how long it's going to be paid, is really ridiculous. And I think actually that was an awful lot of lawyer speak.
So if I take it out of law then, and well, try and put it into another way, if the Commerce Commission sets it to a limit or sets the charges to an amount that the current ratepayers just cannot afford, then how else could we possibly fund that?
That is not my responsibility. That is yours as the council and the mayor.
Right. Okay, thank you.
So really helpful.
My pleasure.
Thank you. The next presenter is Gail Harkers. Councillors, I'll just note that Nicole and Grant are an apology. Since afternoon tea, they had prior commitments, so just if that could be noted in the minutes, please.
Hello, well, my name is Gail Harkers and I reside in Southbridge. Just excuse my voice. I believe Selwyn Council does have the necessary expertise to successfully run the management of drinking water and wastewater in-house without setting up a new entity with its own governance structure. This should be a less expensive option with more accountability back to ratepayers. The two things that I'm basing my opinion on is accountability and affordability. A separate governance and management structure outside of the council effectively distances it from council staff, elected councillors and ratepayers. Accountability around management of subcontractors is best left internal to the council. This will then ensure best fiscal outcomes and guarantees around quality of work and deliverables. The experience is already being managed in-house adequately. Affordability, a separate entity, duplicates many of the support areas that exist within the council, things such as human resources, finance, health and safety ability, therefore is adding another layer of additional overheads that exist adequately already. Well, acknowledging the need to manage water quality, none of us have any arguments around the need for this to be well managed. The ability through a separate entity to borrow substantial funds that need to be paid by ratepayers many of whom are struggling to afford to stay in their own homes already, could increase rates substantially if not carefully managed. By keeping this in-house, all operations pertaining to water stay under the umbrella of the council. This council has a huge advantage of being in a huge growth area with a lot of new houses, new subdivision, an area that's growing very rapidly. And I personally would like to see developers paying more of their share of infrastructure such as roading and water. So pretty much I'm looking at it from an accountability and an affordability viewpoint. And that's pretty much just summarising my submission.
Kia ora, Gail. That's really good of you to highlight those points for us. We appreciate your time this afternoon. Is there a question that councillors have of the submission? Elizabeth.
Yeah, so we're looking at a rates increase over the next 8 years. It'll get you to around over $12,000 a year. So that's over $230 a week for rates. How do you feel that that's going to be affordable for you personally?
Well, I think personally for me, we would be able to manage that. But at one of the public consultation meetings I attended, some people expressed the opinion they were struggling to stay within their own homes and manage rising costs. So I think going forward there will be a lot of people with young families, people on government super that will struggle to pay large rate increases. And that's one of the reasons, and I know the council is looking at increased development costs, that I would like developers to, I mean, it's a small amount to add on to the cost of a section, but it does provide relief to ratepayers.
Kia ora, Gail. Thank you very much for those
Thank you.
notes from you. Appreciate it. Next up is Lou Gawley. And just note, Alison Rosanowski's online. Alison, you are the next presenter after Lou, who's presenting now.
Thank you, and hello. My submission is for keeping water management and delivery in-house. You've heard all of the arguments for keeping that in-house, the retention of assets and infrastructure, and I know that privatisation doesn't necessarily mean I know that privatisation isn't necessarily the outcome of a WISCO, but it's about retaining operations oversight, management all under direct council control, and therefore some council accountability. This October, I believe, is the next round of accountability, with the whole community engagement and less in the way of set-up costs and less ability to go into greater debt. Quite why the ability to go into greater debt as a selling point is beyond me. I'm against a WESCO. It's not ratepayer controlled. It's higher set-up costs, the higher borrowing limits, so potentially more debt, higher running costs, duplication of services, councillors as shareholders with the devil in the detail in the T's and C's in the accountability in the governing documents, and the big one, the layers separating ratepayers from our assets and those who control them while we pay and pay and pay. Given how up-to-date and recently built or replaced much of Selwyn's water infrastructure is, I'm surprised that there is any call for a new expensive layered organisation to be formed. It appears that work done to date has been done well in-house. Future growth infrastructure should be funded to a greater degree by the Carter Group and their ilk. Additionally, given the large number of properties which pump their own water, dispose of their own sewage and grey water, so that's just about every small block and every farm in the district, where is the need for establishing and running an entity such as a WESCO? It's empire building. Selwyn's neighbouring councils don't think there's any need to establish a I don't know what, a WESCO, is that what it is?
That's fine to use.
WASCCO. Yeah. Load of garbage. And so Selwyn's neighbouring councils don't think so either. And in some cases, they have older infrastructure and or more urban properties connected to that infrastructure. Nor are our neighbouring councils rushing through the process. Granted, it's a different process when a WESCO is being brought into being, but even the minority that favour that approach aren't progressing with the indecent haste that Selwyn is. And I'm talking about Kaikoura and Huranui here. So that's their preferred option. Don't see their stuff happening at the moment. And they haven't already employed the new head of the WESCO, which leads to the logical conclusion that this consultation is a total sham. And I wrote this before I read today's Selwyn Times. So why the haste and why the sham consultation and the waste of ratepayer resources, our time and energy into submitting and coming along today, time away from work or our small business, and what about all those people who can't attend at short notice? How many missed out because they couldn't come this afternoon? When SDC has made it clear what it wants and will ignore or subvert ratepayer wishes. I'm here because what the Selwyn District Council is proposing is deceitful. And do you really want this year's local body elections to be contested around the council's racist actions if it goes with the WESCO? Cheers.
Thank you, Lou. There's a question from Sophie.
Yeah, thank you very much. I wasn't going to ask a question, but I was just going to, that last line, racist actions.
Yep. Listen to your ratepayers.
But how is that racist? Sorry, I'm confused.
It's where control will vest if you go ahead with a WESCO.
And what is that?
I'm not spelling it out. Listen to your ratepayers.
Okay, thank you for your point of view this afternoon. We
Selwyn
appreciate hearing
Times
from you.
again today. Worth reading.
The next presenter is Alison Rosnowski. Alison, you're online. Hopefully you can hear and see us. If you want to unmute yourself, and councillors have your submission in front of them. You're welcome to highlight anything from that submission or bring any new matters to our attention. Hand over to you.
Good afternoon, Sam and councillors. Can you hear me? Great. Well, it's lovely and sunny in Wanaka, and I hope it is in Selwyn too. Could I start by saying, first of all, thank you to Councillor Lydia Glidden. I attended the workshop in Darfield, and she was an excellent person in answering questions for the group that I was in. So I'd just like to acknowledge Lydia's work and her understanding of the process. My submission is quite clear that I believe we should keep water and wastewater in-house. I'm concerned that the consultation document was completely biased and made a very strong call for it to go out of house. Why do I say let's keep it in house? I would say from my point of view and from many ratepayers, we have had excellent service from both council staff and from CORD over water matters. I can't speak for wastewater because obviously we're rural. Why do I want to keep it in-house? The extra cost of directors, and it seems that we already have people partially appointed to some positions. The fact that staff who are currently working for the council would need to be made redundant, people who work in that water area. The suggestion that they could simply slide sideways into a new body does not sit well with me on employment matters. The directors that were appointed, and it's not clear how they will be appointed or where we would find them as a council area, are not directly answerable to ratepayers at all. And we see that with CORD now, and I understand CORD's dividend is quite low. Councillors are required to answer to ratepayers, directors would not be. The booklet that came out suggested that to have an independent body, you need a population of 200,000 for it to be financially viable. Selwyn does not have that population. Our adjoining councils are staying in-house, which suggests that they think that is a better option than going to a WSCCO. The experience, I guess, of Wellington and Auckland suggests to us that water outside council can be disastrous. I am aware that the extra loan capacity to the government from the government up to 500 million is a type of bribe to local councils. My attitude to that is government changes regularly, and anything more than 3 to 4 years is not likely to stay in place. I would hope that the voice of local people is heard and directs your decision making over these next few days. A WSCCO puts distance between ratepayers and delivery, and I welcome the fact that I've been allowed to speak online today and not have to come home to make a submission to you. Thank you for your time.
Kia ora, Alison. Thank you for bringing those points of view into our conversation this afternoon. Are there any questions from councillors on that submission? No, nice and clear for us, Alison. So thank you again and enjoy your afternoon in Wanaka.
Thank you. The sun is shining.
It is here too.
Good. Okay. Thank you.
The next presenter is Kelvin Payne. Kelvin is presenting his own submission, a submission on behalf of John Very, the Melbourne Community Board submission, and Bruce Russell's submission. Have I got that right, Kelvin?
Yes, that's
Great.
correct. Yeah.
So if you wouldn't mind just telling us as you work through each submission which of them it is, you can run them in any order you like.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I'll make it clear who's who and what's what. Where's the clock over there? Hasn't started yet. Trying to keep an eye on it. Okay. I've got a great picture of some water up there. Thanks, Sam.
You'll have yourself and the final.
Yeah, shortly. Yeah. I'll do what I was going to do halfway through, which is obviously this is clear and transparent. Okay. It's also water. It's awesome. Anyway, still not up there. So have I started yet? Yes, I have. Oh, I've lost 30 seconds. Right. My name is Kelvin Payne. This is my own submission. And I have over 43 years' experience and knowledge in the construction and engineering industry working on major projects. 25 years in the UK and 18 in New Zealand. I also have the experience of watching the privatisation of the UK water services 20 or 30 years ago. My current projects in New Zealand include Te Kaha, 1 New Zealand Stadium, and 3 waters for Christchurch City Council. I'm also working on the campus development plan for Lincoln University and the new student accommodation, Tipurangi, for the University of Canterbury. Thank you for the opportunity to submit under the consultation regarding the local water done well. I am a member of the Malvern Community Board. This is my personal submission. I fully support the MCB submission, which you'll be hearing shortly. This consolidates the views of the board and of our 14 rural Malvern communities. Water. I've just shown you what water is the elixir of life, and therefore careful decisions should always be made when considering our most valuable asset. My view is that this consultation has been put on an inappropriate fast track by the government. 3 weeks is too short for the consultation, and 5 minutes is way too short for me for adequate public presentation. Normally this would be 10 minutes. The fast timescale has allowed little time for questions and appropriate answers. Initial information lacked depth, which meant that detailed questions needed to be asked. Staff have done an amazing job in a short time frame answering all those questions. Thank you, staff. Only 2 options were presented in the consultation, and therefore only limited results can be determined. It is clear that almost all other councils are following a much more reasonable time frame. Selwyn District Council is in a unique position, as many of the other speakers have said, that most of his water infrastructure is almost new, and that we also have a lot of older rural systems. Something that somebody else brought up earlier was that our new infrastructure is newer. It's nearly new. Back in the day in Dunedin, they were putting clay pipes in the ground. We'll be really lucky if they last 100 years. Our pipes are new, and in some cases pressurised pump mains, and they, fingers crossed for all of us, will last a lot longer. As we all know, Selwyn and Rolleston is the fastest growing region and town at the moment. A water services council controlled organisation will result in significant extra cost to our community, both during setup and in operation. It will involve a duplication of facilities and, more importantly, in some ways, resources. We should perhaps be considering sharing these resources, which are limited in New Zealand. We have a limited number of people, as we all know, and we should share those with other councils, rather than trying to duplicate them within our own council. A council-controlled organisation potentially allows us better access to borrowing, but the ratepayers will still be exposed to the risks of this increased debt. I am aware that the over 400 current submissions are very approximately 85% against a council-controlled organisation and around 10% for a council-controlled organisation, with a small percentage of around 5% that are unsure because they've either answered no, no or yes, yes to the first two questions. If it is not broken, don't fix it. Please don't reinvent the wheel. Elected members, I'm talking to you now. Please make the right decision for your water done well. Thank you for your time.
Kia ora, Kelvin. Thank you for that. Are there any questions on Kelvin's submission? Firstly, we have Shane, followed by Megan.
Thank you, Kelvin. I always appreciate your submissions. I've heard it a couple of times now, if it's not broken, don't fix it. How do things get broken?
How do things get broken? When we have an accident, or maybe that it's not maintained properly. Yeah.
Maintenance. So in that vein, we must plan for maintenance. And I've heard now, if it's not broke, don't fix it. But that's not fixing it either. That won't fix the long-term problem. So the discussion is around maintenance, renewal, eventual renewal. So in your opinion, as an expert and an engineer, in order for us to maintain reliable, safe drinking water into the future, what does it require?
It doesn't require investment, and we do need to analyse how much that's going to cost in the future. But we don't need to set up another organisation and cost ourselves more money. We could much more effectively use that money, if that's what we're going to spend, on designing an appropriate maintenance system. But we need to look at what we've got. We've got a really relatively new system, and it's getting newer every day out there in the field. That's a really good system, and I'm sure our staff have put in the right equipment. They haven't put in clay pipes, have they? They've put in steel pipes, plastic pipes. Some of these plastics are really good nowadays. And the longevity and the maintenance requirements are a lot less, and the longevity is more for these new materials. So we need to really analyse what's going on and not rush a decision on such an important thing as our drinking water.
Oh, yes, kia ora. I think we'd all agree with you that if it isn't broke, don't fix it, but yes, prepare for the future. And I think we'd all agree that we don't think it's broke, but we are in a position now that the government said via the Act we've only got three choices: ring fence, completely ring fence in-house, or a new CCO, or a community trust model. And when you talked about shared services, and given your knowledge and background in all of the infrastructure projects that you work on, I think you're on to a winning ticket by talking about how do we actually share services. But of those three models, completely ring-fenced and in-house, and then a company, and then a community trust. Of those three, which would be the best to enable shared services?
In my view, being put on the spot, I'd say it's the ring-fenced option where you keep it in-house, because then you can have one type of water expert in Selwyn, you can have another one in Ashburton, and you can have another one in Dunedin even. I know that Christchurch City Council have signed a memorandum of understanding to work together with Dunedin Council. So it's not geographically a problem because of the internet nowadays. It's actually just about the specialists and the people that we've got in the country. We haven't got that many. And whenever you look for an expert, it's difficult. I'm not an expert in water, by the way, but whenever you look for an expert, they're really difficult to get hold of and to find them and to get the time that you need to allocate to your projects. So if we could share someone by buying them in on an hourly rate, or sharing them so that we give them some time from our expert, they give us some time from their expert. So,
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Megan.
Thanks, Kelvin. We'll get you to move on to your next submission.
Right, okay. So I'm now, I only found out about this early, so sincere apologies from John Very, who's had some personal circumstances, which means he can't attend today. So he gave me a quick call. And this is the Malvern Community Board submission, which I'll start with, and it will... I think there's a presentation meant to be popping up.
You're allowed to wait, Kelvin, until the submission is up there and
Yeah,
then you can speak to
I'm
it.
not-
That's fine.
100% familiar with this because John wrote it, not me. But I was fully involved in the Malvern Community Board submission, right from draft right the way through, so I'm aware of it. Yeah, or is it touchscreen?
It is a touchscreen as well.
Yeah.
So you can press that.
Yeah, okay. Right, I'll try and get through this quickly. So it's Malvern Community Board. Bruce also sends his apologies as well, our chair, and I've got full approval from Bruce and John to present these for them. So this is an oral submission by the Malvern Community Board in support of submission number 81, Malvern Community Board, number 77, John Very, and number 81, Bruce Russell, who have given their unrevoked permission for this submission. The board supports the submissions of Darfield Residents Association, the West Melton Residents Association, and Lincoln Voice, and all those submissions in support of SDC retaining the water services in-house, the only way to move forward. So, the power of consultation lies in its ability to improve local water done well outcomes for Selwyn. Our preferred option is to continue with an in-house model to ensure we retain direct ownership of our assets and service delivery, and to provide the lowest average cost to our customers, you, our community, in the medium term. SDC have consulted, the people have submitted, now we have asked to be heard. These are the actual numbers from the results. As you can see, 86.1% are in support of a future in-house model. 31.5% are not in support of a future in-house model, and 0.4% are comment only. So they may be people that maybe needed some more information. Advantage of keeping water services in-house. That's looking quite long, and I'm looking at the clock. Okay, that's number one. Should I try and get through those? Have you all got a copy of this presentation or not? Yeah, all right, awesome. The PowerPoint one.
You don't have to read it word for word.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
have the copy. Yep.
So I'm just going to skim read through those. Yeah, so those advantages of keeping water services in the house are all really clear there and all written down. So I'll leave that one to be read by the councillors, thank you. Kia kaha, stay strong. John Very, Deputy Chair, Malvern Community Board, advocating for the people of Malvern. Okay, so I'm assuming that's number 7. Yes, so that's the end of John's presentation. He was actually just going to let it play. He's told me this afternoon. So on behalf of John and Bruce and the Malvern Community Board. I'll just read through the rest of what I've got in front of me, which I believe you've all got a copy of in front of you at the same time.
Thank you. And we'll start the clock again for you because this is a new submission.
Yes, yes, that was essentially part of one. So yeah, okay, we're at 5 minutes. So there's 2 more to come. Yeah, okay, right. So, okay, Tēnā koutou Mayor, councillors, staff, and all here today. And from my personal point of view, thank you very much for the community that have submitted today. That's been awesome to hear. Similar information, but also some extra information. Central government is setting the framework with SDC's decision making following. So, the central government is changing the way drinking water, wastewater and stormwater, the 3 waters, are to be delivered in Aotea, New Zealand. This is to give New Zealanders confidence that drinking water is safe to use, sources of drinking water are adequately protected, and wastewater and stormwater are managed in financially sustainable ways. Throughout the motu, experts have analysed, evaluated, reported, and SDC staff preferred the WSCCO. Those submitting on the local water done well, that should say, I believe. Consultation overwhelmingly rejected the WSCCO proposal. Council officers provided councillors with relevant information and councillors made the decision to consult. Albeit with a tight time frame, however, it is what it is. We must accept the situation and move forward. There's a repeat of those percentages. The public consultation designed and implemented by the council to ascertain what the community considers will deliver. So there's a repeat of those figures, as I said. Our preferred option is to continue with an in-house model to ensure we retain direct ownership of our assets and service delivery, and to provide the lowest average cost to our customers, you, our community, in the medium term. So that's a repeat of that, the words from before. The in-house model aligns closely with what the community sees as Selwyn's priorities: financial stability, regulatory requirements, noting that the WSCCO and other models are also viable and deliverable. The in-house model lowers risks and ensures greater continuity by building on our existing systems. Intergenerationally, the people in Selwyn have invested in their water management, security and infrastructure for our community and the environment. By reference to submission number 367, West Mountain District Residents Association, some 475 million. Our current arrangements have served us well. For this reason, the preferred option is to keep our water services in-house, although there continues to be a lot of uncertainty around the requirements of the local water done well policy and legislation. The people have spoken, so now councillors can respect the outcome of the one overly lightly consultation and spend ratepayers' monies to developing a viable water services plan that will meet the tight timeframes set by government to deliver by the 3rd of September 2025. SDC could... Sorry, I'm misreading something there. The consultation feedback is not persuasive and should not move... So this is saying that SDC may say that the feedback is not persuasive and it should not move the council's preferred option of the WSCCO. However, a legitimate response encountered more than once was along the lines that residents felt their input would not influence SDC as the decision has been made. Research has demonstrated, in relation to the reliability of consultation, that self-selection bias means that those with strong opinions are more likely to respond, while the broader, less engaged public remains silent. On this basis, over 400 responses can legitimately be taken as a reliable and valid representation of the views of the silent majority. Detailed evaluation analysis by councils throughout the MOTU have a consensus on the in-house or WSCCO models. For clarity, SDC has required to undertake a consultation process as part of making a decision on the anticipated or proposed model or arrangement for delivering water services that will be included in their water services delivery plan. So there's overwhelming public rejection of the strong preference for WSCCO, and we've been through those figures previously. Financial prudence and ratepayer value. The overwhelming view from submitters was a rejection of the high setup costs and increased borrowing, placing unnecessary financial risk on ratepayers that would come with the WSCCO, and Selwyn District's water infrastructure is modern, well maintained and in good condition, making a costly structural change unjustified. Ratepayers have made it clear that they would not be forced to carry the burden of additional borrowing and operational complexity when the existing in-house system functions effectively. Could I break there now and move to the next one? Sorry. Yeah, because I notice it's been zero for way too long.
That's okay. And that submission you just read was from
Yes, that's
John
essentially.
Berries. Yep, that's cool.
Yeah.
We won't ask you questions on John's submission because that
Yeah.
would be unfair.
I mean, yes, it's essentially John's, although it's combined with the Malvern Community Board as well. So I'm open to, maybe when I get to the end,
Okay,
I'm
if
open
there's any questions, we'll just hold them
attempting
until...
to answer some questions because I was involved in the...
Sounds
Malvern
good, Kelvin.
Com-
You carry
I'm-
on and the
I'm
clock's
right
reset.
into the Malvern Community Board one now. So number 3, governance and accountability risks. A WSCCO would dilute direct council control, creating a governance structure less responsive to local needs, which the submitters have made abundantly clear. Ratepayers expect elected representatives to remain accountable. For critical water services, it equals drinking water and wastewater. Not having a separate corporate entity with its own governance and decision-making processes, making the decisions and passing the costs to water users. Accountability will be at the October 2025 local government elections. A WSCCO governance model would lead to less public responsiveness to water user ratepayers who will bear the burden of the financial decisions and operational priorities. Number 4, there's no clear service delivery advantages. The consultation documents failed to demonstrate any clear, tangible benefits of shifting to a WSCCO over continued in-house delivery. The current model delivers high-quality, efficient and compliant water services, making a structural change unnecessary and potentially very disruptive. Creating a WSCCO introduces administrative overhead, increased costs and operational uncertainty, with no proven improvements in service outcomes, not to mention the interest payments on the probable $500 million. Number 5, misalignment of strategic direction. Council's insistence on exploring a WSCCO contradicts the community's clearly stated preference and appears misaligned with ratepayers' expectations. Instead of pursuing the unpopular WSCCO, the focus should be on enhancing the efficiency and resilience of the existing in-house delivery. SDC rising to the challenge we all face with central government's local water done well reforms. Continuous improvement and smart investment. Number 6, demand for justification and transparency. Council must listen to the community responses to their consultation. As was the case in the 2024 representation review, the public consultation has provided clear guidance on what the elected representatives must do in response to the local water done well reforms. Credibility will be challenged should councillors decide to continue with the WSCCO, given the overwhelming public opposition. a major legitimate community concern was how the WSCCO could genuinely improve drinking and wastewater service quality without unnecessary financial and governance risks, which would be avoided in-house delivery of drinking and wastewater services. In conclusion, the consultation results must be respected. Council should cease further pursuit of a WSCCO. Ratepayers expect cost-effective, locally accountable water service delivery, which the in-house model already provides. Any further steps towards a WSCCO must be justified with clear evidence and further consultation, not vague assertions of borrowing advantages or theoretical efficiencies. Council should focus on strengthening the existing system rather than focusing on an unnecessary and unpopular structural change. Council should follow best practice and provide a concise summary of the main issues in the consultation feedback and about the Council's final decision. Clearly state the rationale for the decision, especially if the decision is contrary to and not clearly aligned to the community feedback. Thank you for the opportunity to present to the councillors on this vitally important matter of the future delivery of water services in Selwyn District. Thank you. I've got 19 seconds for questions.
Thanks, Kelvin, for that and for presenting all the rest of those submissions on behalf of others as well. There's a question from Sophie.
Yeah, kia ora, Calvin. How you going?
Hi, Sophie.
So I've got two questions. One of them is, so this was on one of your slides. It's this bit that says advantages of keeping water services in-house.
Okay.
You may not know the answer to this, but it's clearly been taken from a document somewhere else. Do you know which document and
I
where?
don't. I will get on to John because he's the author.
That would be really good, because it looks like that part has been whited. No, somebody's put white out over the bit that would answer my question.
Yeah, it's been redacted, hasn't it?
It has, but it's not been credited either. So
yeah,
it'd be really good to
I
know.
could see that. I'll double check with that to John and I'll feed back to through the consultation process. Yeah, so that everybody sees it. Yep.
Okay,
Thanks for that question.
More substantive question is partly to you and partly for a personal view, but maybe also for a community board view. So, noting that this has been like 5+ years worth of water reform conversations that has been rotating through different governments, and that at the same time local government, as we've been reminded several times today, we have elections every 3 years as well. In terms of something that is as big and significant as water services delivery, which, you know, you build something and you want it to last 50 to 100 years, if not longer. From your point of view, is it more important to have a consistent governance structure or accountability by virtue of, I don't like it, I'm going to not vote you back in?
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from, both from a personal point of view and from the MCB point of view, in that if every 3 years, if we leave it in a house, and every 3 years we necessarily would probably get at least 1 or 2 changes of governance structure, then that gets us into a flip-flop situation, potentially, just like we've been through over the last 3 years, and with our recent government changes and for the next government changes. So I can see that that could be a valid argument for putting it over to a separate governance structure so that the investment will be consistent. I think national government are challenged by that at the moment as well, in that every time there's a change of government, a lot of projects get cancelled and a lot of projects get started up again, etc. And with something like water, though, it's not something that you're going to stop. You're not going to say, no, we don't need those 2 new pump stations, are you? That are going to go across the strait. We're actually just going to keep going, and our staff, I trust our staff, to do the best for Selwyn District at the moment, to get the right infrastructure in place and to keep that going. Something as important as water, you're not going to have a flip-flop. you're not going to be able to not have the 2 ferries. That was the reference I was referring to, and then have smaller ferries or something. It's not going to be that sort of governance that we're worrying about. It's more about the financial governance we're worrying about, and that's not the right place to put it in a separate organisation, both personally and from MCB.
Thanks
Carl.
Sophie. Thank you. And Elizabeth.
Going back to your first submission, which was your one, you just very briefly mentioned that you're in the UK and you saw privatisation of water. Just wondered, you didn't then elaborate the pros and cons of that. Did you want to give us any heads
I
up?
didn't elaborate it. I just saw how it started and how we all had water meters, and I moved around in the UK, so different water authorities were doing it in different ways. So it's not, it's historical, and you can look at the mess that was left at Thames Water if you want to, which is a sizable water services organisation. And the costs that were involved there when they tried to essentially put it into a ring-fenced organisation and then therefore start charging a separate rate. So it was and my memory's not great for 20 or 30 years ago because I've been focused on the last 17 in this awesome country I'm in now. But all I remember is that my rates went down initially, or council tax or poll tax, if you want to call it that. Went down initially, and then there was an enormous water meter. There was a water meter appeared outside my house, and then there was further going on. But so I haven't really got any data. It didn't go very well, and there was a lot of people not happy about the way it happened. But it's much larger. It's huge compared to what we're talking about here in Selwyn. We're talking about a lot of relatively new infrastructure that hopefully won't need as much maintaining as Dunedin. And that we can actually ring fence and look after ourselves. And I think we've got the staff and the expertise in the organisation now to do it. Let's not fix it if it's not broken.
So that was the privatisation under Thatcher, I take it. You said your rates bill went down, then you got a water meter. So you're saying you got the water meter and then they went back up, and you had
But basically it was a separate charge. So that similar to what I foresee this may happen is that the WSCCO, if it goes through, will ring fence the 2 waters that we're talking about, and the residents will have a rate bill, and then there'll be a separate water charge, which I assume will be managed by Selwyn District Council, the overall charge, but it will come as a separate charge from the water company. A bit like Environment Canterbury, maybe. Comes through one pay point, but it's actually combined. So, yeah, I mean, that's how it worked in the UK. But they did privatise all the water companies, so they actually became commercial companies with investment proposals and everything. So you could buy shares in them as well. I didn't lose any money because I didn't invest anything in them.
So just for clarity, privatisation is not part of this consultation. There's no intention to privatise anything, and that is completely outside the scope of the decision that we're making, and is not the intention of the government's bill, and would be illegal under the current way of working. So appreciate your views. That is not part of what we're doing. No. Thank you, Calvin, for coming in and presenting those 4 submissions to us. We appreciate your time, not only in writing them in the first instance, but being here this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
I want to say thank you to everyone who's been here to support the rest of the submitters. It's been great having people in the gallery, being able to support each of you as you've come and presented your views, and thank you for not only your own presentations but the afternoon that you've given to support one another. We appreciate it. As we close today, our hearings will come to a close, and we have deliberations due next Wednesday. There'll be a number of things that will have been raised today that you might think we need some more information on that, or how do we clarify that? And can I please ask that you have those questions to Sharon by the end of tomorrow? So that gives you overnight to think about what's been going on, and to give Sharon that time so that over the weekend and the few days before Wednesday, we can actually have that not only to give to us on Wednesday, but answers can be pre-circulated in case there's follow-up questions as well. So we would like to be able to give everyone as much information as we can ahead of the decision-making. And I know many of you have been taking lots of good notes during today, so those questions that you've been writing down and the things that have been raised by the submitters, please send them through to Sharon, and we'll make sure there's answers and clarity on Wednesday. If not beforehand, if we can pre-circulate them, Sharon, that would be good. Is there anything you'd like to say about the process and where we're going from here?
No, I'll speak at deliberations.
Okay. Are there questions that councillors have about what next and where we're going, and do we need to clarify anything now? We've got Elizabeth first.
Yeah, so just a couple of submitters in the morning asked if they can come back for the deliberation. So I just wondered if the comms team were happy to put that out as an advert for the community group pages
It's
or
a
something.
public meeting in the same way that today's a public meeting.
Just so
anyone
that
can-
they know time, place. That could be on social media perhaps or something.
Okay.
Option.
Deborah.
Yes, I've got one question, and I guess it's around the clarification was how we've worded. The bill is progressing on a different timeline and will apply to council's future water arrangement time. And the way that we've worded the local government water service preliminary arrangements under the Act, and we've actually said that a separate bill is actually progressing. I really think that that needs some clarification, so we do understand or try and understand how people may have read through their submission process and understood that.
Thank you.
And just to add to that, we have condensed a lot of information from various, I'll choose one for example, the Department of Internal Affairs. If anyone was to go online and look at their current website, updated the 10th of March 2025, there's a lot of information there that you have to sit down and actually read to understand the process. Is there any way that we can have a condensed timeline, please, that assists us in understanding in depth, because we have a responsibility, that information?
We can see if that's sourced from DIA. I know they've presented a lot of things to the zone meetings with their timelines around how this is progressing, and acknowledge that there has been obviously some confusion about the bill because that's been what people have brought to us today. There's a number of acts that already set up the reasons why we're making this decision, and that bill does not, the timing of that bill does not undermine the process that we're in, because we're not following that bill in this process. We're following previous acts that have already been set up by the government. Shani, clear with the...
Absolutely, and I think you'll find that we've got some of that fleshed out in the consul and the document that will come as part of deliberations next week, Deborah.
Cool. Any further questions? Megan, you had a question before?
No, I had it on, then I took it off, and had it on and took it off. Because you've already said that we're to email Sharon, but I had a similar thing about, in the deliberations document, having a timeline of legislation, so it's clear what we're working under, and the role of the future role of the Commerce Commission, because we've heard a lot about debt and fear around rate setting, and we might not actually be the person who sets the future charges for water. Or, sorry, not person, entity. So I thought that might be helpful.
Thank you. And as we prepare ourselves for the deliberations, it's not just deliberations on today, it's deliberations and decision making on the whole process, the months of work that have been put into that. And so the day will be set up to enable councillors to bring their minds to the whole piece of work. And we've got a number of presenters that will be coming in. PwC will be back to talk to us about the reasons why we started down this work and feeding back to us the decisions that we'd made. Taumata Arawai coming in to discuss with us the water regulations and the things that we're going to need to meet. We've had discussions with the Commerce Commission, although we're not sure whether they will be present as well. But there's a number of those external groups that we want to make sure feed into our decision making ahead of the decision that we'll make. So you can expect the first, a good chunk of time spent on the, now let's get our heads into thinking about this whole decision that we've got to make.
Sorry, can you quantify, Sam? Is that whole accounts, or is that just going to be the subcommittee for the local water done well?
No, that's the first of the deliberations. It's the day will start with all of that background for everyone.
That information will be public?
Yeah. All of the local water done well work has been public and has been available for people to either watch or be here for. So this is not we're not trying to hide this decision. This is part of facing up to the tough stuff that council has to do and consider matching what legislation and future expectations are asking and what our communities told us through this process too. So thank you everyone for today. I'm going to close with karakia, unahia, te po, kia wātia, ai, kua wātia. Kia ora, thank you everyone.